Hi everyone, my name is Professor Evan Gilbert. I'm a Senior Research Strategist in the Research Hive at Momentum Investments, and I'm a Visiting Professor at the University of Stellenbosch's Department of Business Management. I'm also the holder of the Momentum Investments Chair of Data Science and Computational Thinking in Finance at that university. I'm extremely happy to be here again today to host Momentum Investments' 2025 edition of our Minds and Machines, the Future of Behavioural Finance conference in conjunction with GAABS, the Global Association of Applied Behavioural Science, and the CFA Chartered Financial Analyst Society. We at Momentum Investments are extremely focused on making investing personal and what is more important than understanding our clients and their behaviour better. As in previous years in this conference, we are focusing on the intersection between decision-making insights and the potential for machine-based processes and inputs to improve the effectiveness of decision-making in the world of advice. As you will soon see, we have both cutting-edge insights and some ways to leverage them from world experts spanning both academia and practice. My colleague Paul Nixon, who is Momentum Investments Head of Behavioural Finance, has done a stellar job of pulling this conference together, and I'm very grateful to him and to the individual presenters for their hard work and willingness to share this hard work with us. Paul will start us off by introducing us to GAABS. We will then have Jennifer Henry introducing the CFA Society, of which she is the president of the South African chapter. As all the speakers which follow all have a very diverse set of perspectives on this topic, I will be introducing all of them individually to highlight their specific areas of focus. I'll then wrap up by summarizing my thoughts on these presentations and the implications for you as advisors. There are some housekeeping issues that we need to cover before we start the conference. We've applied for CPD accreditation for today's event. To ensure that your attendance is properly verified, please view the full session and submit your ID number under the CPD section. The platform will remain open until the end of November 2025, giving you ample time to revisit the content and earn your CPD points. Certificates will be issued automatically once all the requirements are met. You are encouraged to use the question and answer function to post questions during the session, and our speakers will either respond during or shortly after today's event. You'll also find more information about our speakers under the Speakers tab on the top menu bar, or if you scroll down, you can download the PDF of the presentations. Please engage with our speakers, and we hope that you'll enjoy the event. As mentioned, for starters, we have Paul Nixon and then Jennifer Henry. Paul is the head of Behavioural Finance at Momentum Investments and the author of multiple academic papers on the application of machine learning to better understand and predict investor behaviour. Paul will introduce GAABS to us and will explain how this conference is aligned with their mandate. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Evan. Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to another edition of Minds and Machines brought to you by Momentum Investments in partnership with the CFA Society in South Africa and the Global Association of Applied Behavioural Scientists, or GAABS for short. For the moment, I'm taking my Momentum Investments hat off and addressing you all on behalf of GAABS as one of the directors. Allow me for a few minutes to introduce you to the world of GAABS. While applied behavioural science is a growing field, it remains largely unregulated. The founding members of GAABS, including world-renowned and published behavioural scientists, felt that a professional body was needed to serve the interests of legitimate practitioners while safeguarding and maintaining the quality and standards that apply to behavioural scientists around the world. In pursuit of its goals, it's critical that GAABS establish partnerships between the private sector and academia to ensure that as a professional body, we bridge the gap that sometimes exists between research and the practical application thereof. This partnership with Momentum Investments is a good example of how GAABS is becoming more relevant in the countries and communities that it serves. For example, a project that is very close to my heart is getting financial planners recognized as associate behavioral scientists. Financial planners deal directly with the core discipline of behavioral science. They spark and manage behavioral change. Money is highly emotive, and managing or even eliminating the behavior tax or cost of emotional reactions to market stimuli is key to getting investors better results. Tracking and recording the financial planner's successes or failures in getting better investor behavior is also critical as it sits at the coalface of behavioral change. This is why these partnerships are so critical to the success of GAABS in keeping both current and relevant. This also led us to the conclusion that behavioral science is a rich and complex field with many sub-disciplines. And so we began calibrating our internal structures accordingly. Our recently established editorial board, research board, and behavioral finance faculty are already showing tremendous promise with increased member engagement. In the words of our chair, Steve Martin, who spoke at last year's edition of Minds and Machines, these aren't just committees, they're dynamic forces that will strengthen our collective knowledge and elevate the standing of our discipline. I would like to encourage all viewers who are at the coalface or even on the fringes of behavioral science to connect and consider becoming part of GAABS or becoming involved in one of our newly formed faculties. Please do visit our website at gaabs.org to get more info. We're also in the midst of our annual GAABS Gather event, bringing behavioral scientists together from around the globe. Please follow us on LinkedIn to get regular content, updates, and summaries of what the speakers are up to. On behalf of GAABS, we look forward to engaging more and more with you and taking behavioral science forward together. And so without further ado, let's get cracking with Minds and Machines 2025. I'll see you all soon again with my Momentum Investments hat firmly back on. I'm looking forward to showing you how retrieval augmentation generation, or RAG, large language models are going to add tremendous value in behavioral finance, particularly from a financial planning perspective, where they're able to interpret psychometric assessments, automatically segment a client or a financial advisor's client base rather, and generate relevant and tailored nudges and engagement that are specifically relevant to that client's context. More about that soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. I'm very glad to say that we'll be hearing more from you later in the conference. Next is Jennifer Henry, who is the Deputy CIO and Portfolio Manager at Stanlib Multi-Managers. Jennifer is also the President of the CFA Society in South Africa, and she'll introduce the society and explain how this conference relates to its mission. The camera's yours, Jennifer.
Thank you, Evan, and good day, everyone. It's a privilege once again to welcome you to Minds and Machines 2025. It really is my honor to speak to you on behalf of the CFA Institute, its accreditations and research for a third year in a row at this innovative and thought-provoking conference. On behalf of the CFA Society, I really extend our gratitude to Momentum Investments and the Global Association of Applied Behavioral Scientists for involving our members in this conference with such distinguished speakers. Over the past few years, we've really watched ideas that were experimental coming to the fore or moving theory into practice, like blending artificial intelligence and behavioral finance. Just 5 years ago, AI actually seemed more like a background tool, but now its use cases is increasing productivity across many industries and sectors, and even so in the investment decision-making space. AI is being embedded in portfolio construction, risk monitoring, ESG scoring, sentiment analysis, and even client reporting. But with these opportunities, it does come with new responsibilities. At the CFA Institute, we believe that investment decision-making and the use of AI is not just about using more technology, but it's all about having better judgment. Our recent research paper, AI and the Future of Work in Investment Management, shows that AI will automate many tasks, but it is really the human dimension, ethics, judgment, and behavioral understanding that will remain at the heart of trusted advice. One of the CFA Institute's platforms is Enterprising Investor, which is a forum for investment professionals to put up thought leadership and thought-provoking pieces around finance, behavioral finance, and investing. In a recent blog titled 5 Lessons from the Future, the authors indicate that AI's primary value is in augmentation, not automation. Therefore, AI tools are being used to support and augment research, productivity, decision-making, and provides very good practical insights for newer or younger investment professionals. And for the more experienced investment professionals, AI is being used for scenario analysis and hypothesis testing, and really being used to generate ideas rather than being the final decision maker itself. And this is important in preserving the human judgment, which remains critical to the responsible use of AI. Another major CFA report highlights how algorithms can unintentionally amplify our biases by reinforcing herding behavior, overconfidence, or narrow framing. But AI can also be used to counter these balances. AI tools can be used to structure what investment committee meetings should look like, help to surface contrarian views, run pre-mortems on investment decisions, and simulate long-term consequences. All of these AI tools can therefore be used to strengthen decision making. We've also seen real-world application of AI in ESG evaluation. That's the integration of environmental, social, and governance factors in decision making. And many managers use AI to have early detection of governance risks or use AI to simulate environmental data and also to look at corporate disclosures. The Institute's Data Science and Responsible AI series highlights the need for governance frameworks that ensure that these tools are explainable and fair, because at the end of the day, transparency does build trust. To support our members and the investment community, the CFA Institute has also looked at how it can expand its learning pathways for AI. So it has introduced micro-credentials like AI applications in portfolio management, and these resources really build on the core principles of the CFA program, which is ethics, professional standards, and evidence-based thinking, but it is at the same time adapting these programs for the fast-changing AI world. While AI can bring scale, speed, and pattern recognition, it can't replace our responsibility as fiduciaries to make sound, long-term decisions in our clients' best interests. This year's Mind and Machines conference captures exactly where our profession stands today. We have powerful new tools, but it is our human judgment, our ability to question, interpret, and act ethically that will unlock the long-term value of AI. I encourage everyone today, over the course of today's presentations, to think critically about how we integrate technology and behavioral science, not just to improve efficiency, but to make better and more resilient decisions. As investment professionals, behavioral scientists, and custodians of advice, we have a unique role to play to ensure that AI serves our society in a transparent and responsible way. Thank you for being part of the conversation today, and I hope you enjoyed the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're sorry you're not presenting this year. Maybe next one? We hope so. Right, on to the main course. The first of our conference presenters is Dr. Greg Davies from Oxford Risk. He holds a PhD from the University of Cambridge and is a specialist in behavioral finance, decision science, sustainable investing, and wine. Like me and many of the other presenters today, Greg has a very strong relationship with academia. He has held academic affiliations at UCL, London School of Economics, Imperial College, and Oxford University. He is also the author of Behavioural Investment Management. Today, he'll be talking about how traditional personalization in finance is not really personal in an effective way. To drive better decisions and outcomes, he argues that emotional comfort, behavioural insights, and technology must all be integrated into a client engagement. In his talk, he outlines how the use of psychological traits can be used to drive behavioral segmentation, and then show how these can be used to guide AI-based interactions. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Evan, and thanks for having me here today. Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Davis. I'm head of behavioral finance for Oxford Risk, and I'm going to be talking to you today really about the work that we've been doing for the last two to 2.5 years, which is about taking behavioral science and behavioral finance and really at last making it scale in terms of adoption and delivery. So I'm going to be talking about personalized behavioral engagement. Before I go there, very briefly, Oxford Risk, for those who don't know us, we are a spin out of Oxford University. We're a fintech. We build software to help people make better financial decisions. And we've been deeply invested in behavioral science, behavioral finance from our very outset. But we also have expertise in more traditional quant finance, risk measurement, portfolio theory, etc. Data science, which is going to be vitally important for any form of personalization. And then digital and increasingly AI for the delivery, for the scalability. So where do we start? Well, personalization has been on the cards for a long time. People have been talking about personalization for a very long time, but often that's really been about segmentation, often on fairly traditional reasons. We segment our clients according to standard demographics, according to wealth level, according to life stage. And it's personalization of a sort, but it's really not personal enough because of what it misses, what it really ignores, is that a huge amount of what you need to think through in order to communicate to people personally is not their demographics, it's not their life stage, it's not their balance sheet. It is their financial personality, their need for emotional comfort, and the barriers, emotional and behavioral, that they have in doing the right thing. So if we think about this, there are really three things that people need to make good decisions. Firstly, they need a sense of urgency. I might know exactly what I need to do, but if I don't feel that it's today's problem, I'm going to leave it till next year, and then the following year, and the following year, and 20 years of next years down the line, I'm in real trouble. So people need to feel that this is an issue that has to be addressed now. The second thing people need is knowledge. They don't need to know enough to get everything absolutely right, but what they need is enough knowledge not to get things badly wrong, and enough knowledge to feel comfortable getting going. And the last one, and this is the one, urgency and knowledge are often tackled quite directly. There's a lot of talk about financial education and building client capabilities, and urgency, closing that intention-action gap. But the real thing that people need in order to enact a decision is enough emotional comfort with the decision that they can actually put it into practice and they can get going. They must have the emotional capacity to follow through. Now, if we add these things together, I suppose this is the question, though, why do we care about behavioral science in this context? And many of you may have seen something like this before, this cycle of market emotions. The fundamental reason it's important is because not concentrating on emotional comfort, not concentrating on our behavioral mistakes and our emotional blockers when investing is phenomenally costly to people. The average investor forgoes around 3% per annum on their total investable assets because of our very human need to do what feels comfortable, emotionally comfortable in the moment. So what we're all effectively doing is we are sacrificing long-term returns in order to purchase for us short-term emotional comfort. And we do this in a whole raft of different ways. When people are invested, we do what feels comfortable along the journey. We often buy when it's more comfortable, when markets are higher. We sell when markets are lower. You obviously don't need me here to sit here and tell you that to be a good investor, you need to buy low and sell high. But our brains, our psychology hardwires us to tend to do exactly the opposite. But we make other mistakes. We overtrade. We act too often on too little information. We make decisions where we should sit tight and just do nothing. We under-diversify, we chase stories, we chase narratives, we invest in the familiar, not the good. And all of these are effectively decisions that we make that can be thought of us being in quest of what feels emotionally comfortable at the moment. So those are all decisions, those are all bad things that people do through that cycle as markets go up and down. But for most investors, actually, the most reliable behavioral cost is not what they do when they invest. It's the fact that most people don't invest early enough, they don't invest enough, and they sit with money in cash in their savings accounts year after year after year doing nothing. That reluctance to get invested is a phenomenally expensive way to get to sleep at night, and it is almost an exclusively behavioral and emotional problem. Because for all of us, in the short term, and that's where our emotions function, only in the short term, it is emotionally uncomfortable taking your money from somewhere that feels safe, the savings account, and putting it into the markets, the investments. So we see all around the world that investors sit on too much cash for too long, and it costs them huge amounts of money. So that 3% comes up from, it's a composite of the costs that we impose on ourselves when we are invested because we want to do what feels comfortable, and the costs that we impose on ourselves because we're too reluctant to get invested in the first place. And if we can help narrow that gap, constantly narrowing the gap between the decision that it is right for us to pursue and the other decision that it is emotionally comfortable for us to pursue right now. If we can narrow that gap, there is a lot of money on the table for us to recapture for investors. And it is a rare win-win-win, because if we can get people to recapture some of that 3%, it is good for investors. They get invested and they stay invested and they get better returns and better outcomes. It's good for wealth managers, for advisors, and for asset managers, because they increase their assets under management and they get more stable clients. And it is good for the country. It is good because more money is going to productive use in the economy, and therefore it is good for the economy as a whole and good for the population as a whole. So, what can we do about that? Well, the first thing is knowledge is important. One of the things that we have pulled together in the last 12, 18 months is an online course on the art of behavioral investing. And it's really targeted at everyday investors, built on the insights that we and myself from doing this for the last 20 years, all the stuff that I've spent 20 years advising advisors to tell their clients on how to overcome their biases, how to invest better, how to partition your emotions. All of the psychological tools and techniques are all packaged into this course. So it's about delivering knowledge in an accessible way. But solving the knowledge gap is only actually one small part of the problem. What we really want to do is to be able to deliver to people behavioral insights and personalization at scale, so that we can deliver messages and communication and engagement at the point people are making decisions, in order to make it that much more likely that they're going to do the right thing, rather than just cleave to the emotionally comfortable but very, very expensive thing. And so our solutions fall into three camps here. We start with something that I have spoken about many times before, including in this very conference a couple of years ago, which is understanding financial personality. If we want to personalize, we need to know how one person is different from another, and we need to know what those differences mean in terms of the unique behavioral and emotional barriers that get in the way to doing the right thing. So that understanding of financial personality, these are tools that we've been working on for 15 plus years now. Psychometric tools, very simple questionnaires that can be delivered to people. Our core 7 scales that we measure here take no more than 2 minutes of client engagement time to answer those questions, to get a really, really rich financial personality assessment. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on that in due course. The second aspect is, once we know that, how do we use that to effectively segment people, and not segment people on these traditional bases of life stage and demographics, but segment people into behavioral personas? What really matters? What is really different about this person that matters for how we should communicate with them? What messages and nudges are likely to resonate with them more? What product features and characteristics are going to make them more comfortable, so that they can stick with the program when times get turbulent and times get tough? And the third piece is the behavioral engagement libraries. So we've spent many years now effectively building up libraries of messages, narratives, nudges, if you like, things that we know that for a specific use case, and that use case might be cash deployment. How do I encourage people to take their money from the savings account and put it to work? Or a second use case for which we would have a separate library is, if markets are turbulent, what are the messages and narratives and nudges I put in front of people in order to persuade them to calm down and to stick out the turbulence? So these engagement libraries are lists of behavioral interventions that we can then match to individual personality signatures. So any individual will have certain things, certain nudges or messages or interventions that will resonate more with them, and some that will resonate less. So let's move on to those 3 things in turn. I will start with the financial personality. This is stuff, as I say, we've been doing for decades now. We have really got this down to a fine art, because over 15 years, we've been collecting data from tens of thousands of carefully collected research individuals, investors across 4 continents, We've got personality data on hundreds of thousands of existing clients. So we work this both on carefully collected and selected research samples, as well as looking at actual clients through our client organizations. And what we've done is isolate the dimensions of financial personality that are most important if we want to describe what is different between one person and another with regard to how they make financial decisions. And the way we've done that is really statistical. We use very tried and tested, academically robust statistical techniques to identify these dimensions, to make sure that they're calibrated on baseline populations so that we know what the scores mean in terms of whether someone is low or medium or high. And we've collected information now. We've built scores here that are available on more than 15 different dimensions of financial personality. We actually have something around 18, but I'll show you here on screen 15 of those dimensions. And you can see they cover a pretty wide range. At the top left, you've got risk tolerance. It's really the only aspect of personality that classical finance theory has any space for at all. What is your willingness to trade off risk and return in the long term? And therefore, which portfolio do you pick from the efficient frontier, if you want to get sort of geeky about this in terms of portfolio theory? But classical finance theory, and pretty much most of the finance industry, really assumes that beyond that, people are all the same. All I need to do is describe their risk tolerance, and other aspects of personality come very secondary to life stage and wealth level and all of those other traditional segmentation techniques. But you can see here we have a whole raft of other ones. The ones at the bottom, by the way, are the ones in green, are all about sustainability and people's preferences for including impact and values in their investing. We have the three at the top. These all play a specific role in identifying the suitable risk level in the tools that we provide to advisors in order to help them to do that. That's our investor compass tools. That's risk tolerance, confidence levels, and people's composure levels. Composure is a vital scale. It's really indicative of someone's tendency towards short-term anxiety, your emotional engagement with the present, and whether you are high or low composure makes a fundamental difference to how to the solutions that you should have and how you should be communicated to. But in the middle there, you can see we've got a whole lot of others. We've got impulsivity, we've got familiarity preference, liquidity preference, etc. We tend not to ever measure all of these. So we have statistically identified 7 of these scales that we know are the most powerful in terms of bang for buck, signal for noise. If you know someone's scores on these 7 scales, you have the greatest statistical ability to understand how they are different from another person. And every one of these 7 scales tells me something specific and something different about what I should do for that person with regard to product selection, to communication, to engagement, towards being concerned with their behavioral vulnerability. If you're worried about compliance with in the UK with consumer duty or any regulatory environment that requires you to look after clients' vulnerability. But beyond these 7 scales, so we collect data now on tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of individuals through clients of ours all around the world on these 7 scales. And sometimes we collect data on more of the scales that have particular uses. But the second layer to this is going beyond a financial personality signature. If you go through our financial personality assessment, as I say, those 7 scales take about 2 minutes to answer them. And you instantly get played back your scores versus the population on all of those scales. But what we also can do now, because we've been doing a lot of statistical processing on data, is we can identify your persona, a behavioral persona. We can think of this as a behavioral segmentation. And we don't use any of the standard demographics or wealth staging here. This is based purely on personality. And we know statistically that there are common combinations of scores on these personality traits that pop up again and again in the environment, out in the wild, as it were. So we have the ability instantly now, when someone goes through this test, to tell them not just what their scores are on these scales, but to attribute them into one of 10 proprietary behavioral personas that statistically, if you like, mop up the greatest number of people in the smallest number of groups. And so here you see on screen, this is the planner. This planner will have a particular signature across all of those 16 scales. But you see 3 of them on screen here. So planners tend to be quite low financial comfort, which means they tend to be a bit anxious about their financial future and their financial situation. They worry about their financial well-being. They tend to be low confidence, so they're reluctant to make financial decisions. And they're high desire for guidance, which means they are much more comfortable if they are getting guidance from somewhere. That could be an advisor, it could be friends, it could be families, it could be influences. The advice that they rely on isn't always good advice. It depends on the source. But these are people who psychologically tend to look for assistance and guidance. And we can identify who's a planner and who's one of each of these other things. But the little chart that you can see down in the bottom right there is you can also get an MIS dashboard over your entire client base to see how they break down across these personas, what their scores are, how the mean scores of your client base compare to the mean scores of the population at large, etc. And I'm going to show you our 10 personas now in a particular way. So you see 10 bubbles there on screen. Each of those is one of our personas. And you can see they're spread out in 2 dimensions. As I say, each of them actually is built on 16 different dimensions of financial personality, but I've had to squish it all into 2. And the primary dimension there is from left to right, avoid to approach. People on the left are those who are more emotionally comfortable if they avoid investing. They tend to be lower confidence. They tend to be lower risk tolerance, to some degree, lower composure. And on the right, you get the people who are more confident, higher financial comfort, higher risk tolerance, etc. And there's 5 on each side. The next thing we can do is say, well, okay, what about high and low? That is largely about desire for guidance. The people at the top are the ones who are more comfortable if they feel that they have shared the emotional burden of decision-making with someone else. And the ones at the bottom are more emotionally comfortable if they feel that they have controlled all the decision-making themselves. And so you can already see, depending on which quadrant someone is in here, you would be talking to very, very different people, even if their financial circumstances were absolutely identical and their demographics were identical. But we can show more overlays on this as well. It tends to be that people who are approachers and self-directed, they also tend to be the ones who are more composed, and the ones who are more anxious tend to be up in the top left. And we know statistically, it's not obvious that this should be true in any way, but the people who are more values-focused or impact-focused or sustainability-focused tend to be the ones on the top right, and the people who are not impact-driven at all are the self-directed avoiders down at the bottom. So you can see where your bubble sits here, there's a very rich overlay of understanding who's in here. And we've given all of them names. You can see a few of them on screen. Well, you can see all of them on screen. I will be referencing a few of them as we go through. Top left there, the planners tend to be a very large group in most financial advice client bases. Guardians down towards the bottom. Actually, if you look at advisors themselves, advisors tend to have a preponderance of guardians. Pioneers are interesting. They look like they're really close to the legacy builders, but actually on certain dimensions, they're fundamentally different. The pioneers, for example, are massively impulsive people, whereas the legacy builders, pretty much the same on many other dimensions, but are not impulsive at all. So we get this very, very rich set of being able to understand your client base spread through these personas that we know are highly representative of real investor characteristics out in the wild. And we also know that some of them are quite close. So if you didn't want to talk to 10 groups, you can fold them up a level. So the independent strategist and balanced strategist, you can fold into one group and talk to those as one. And now you're talking to 9 groups rather than 10. You can fold the protectors together. You can fold the builders together. So all of this is hierarchical. And if you wanted to differentiate your communication at the level of just 4 groups, and you want to know what are the 4 groups that most fully cover the population out there, our data will tell you, our tools will tell you. If you wanted to do it at the level of 6 groups, if you wanted to go for all 10, all of these things can be done at a touch of a button once you've managed to get your client base to engage just 2 minutes with this population survey. So we talk a little bit about personas. I've spoken about the planner a bit already. You can see the planner on the left. Every one of these personas we know about in some detail. We know their behavioral barriers, we know their tendencies, we know what we should do for them. So for example, the planners, they are cautious, they're structured, they're methodical. If you remember, they were the ones up on the top left, so tend to be guided, tend to want to be guided, and tend to be slightly avoiders. These are cautious individuals. They prefer familiar, low-risk options. They seek guidance and evidence to feel secure in their financial decisions. They like to feel in control. They prefer stability, clarity, but can get stuck in indecision. So we've got these pen portraits of who's in there. We also, by the way, know a great deal about the demographic characteristics of each of these groups. We know which ones tend to be more male or female, which ones tend to be younger and older. But the important thing here is the personas themselves are never driven by the demographics. They're driven by preferences. They're driven by what makes people comfortable or uncomfortable, and that makes them so much more powerful than any segmentation that's built on those demographics. But you might be left at this point with a bit of a so what? Okay, so you've identified this person, you know what their financial personality is, you know you've put them in a persona. So what? This is where the rubber really hits the road, because with the libraries that we've been building, we can map people to very specific and practical guidance on what they should do differently from someone who's in another persona. So for this planner, you'd want to do things like start with a cash buffer. You absolutely want to give them the safety net, not just because it's valuable for financial reasons. The safety net is also an emotional safety net. It overcomes that risk-related anxiety that enables you to get going in the first place. For the planners, you want to give them very simple step-by-step guidance with very minimal jargon. Now, we should probably, as an industry, minimize jargon for all personas, but some of them are much more sensitive to it than others, and the planners will be in that one. Offer them pre-commitment options. These planners are very uncomfortable making decisions in the moment. They have low confidence there. They're not particularly impulsive people either. So instead of asking them to do something today, ask them to sit down and make a plan for what they're going to do in the future. There's a huge behavioral literature around pre-commitment. And for people who struggle to act, helping them to decide to do something in the future. I mean, let's be honest, none of us ever start a diet today. We only ever start our diet on Monday. We only ever start the gym program in the new year, right? And there's a reason for that. It's a behavioral hook that makes it easier for us to get going. It removes the pressure from the initial decision. So for these planners, you want to build confidence through presenting simple steps and giving them comfort. Now, every one of our 10 personas has a rich description like this. We know who they are, we know how they're different, and we know what you should do for them. And that brings me on to the engagement libraries. So it's a library, yes, but it's also an algorithm. So for any personality signature, you went through this and you filled in your 7 core scales, or you went further and you got your full scores on all 16 scales. Yes, you'd have a persona played back to you, but our algorithms are then able to go, okay, if the thing we're trying to achieve here is to make you comfortable to put your cash to work, of the library of nearly 50 different behavioral techniques and interventions we have there, which ones are going to work with you? Because they won't be the same ones as work for someone else. Or if markets have been turbulent and are highly volatile right now, of the selection of 40 or so messages in our behavioral library, what do we do to put you into that? What do we do? What do we do to calm you down? Which messages will work for you rather than someone else? So we can use this for behavioral interventions. We can use it for product matching. So which types of products are going to be more comfortable for you? We can use it for tailored messaging, and we can use it for timing. What's the best timing for communications and what's the best tone for communications. Now, we bring this all together, and you've got, on the one hand, you've got this financial personality fingerprint. And by the way, to collect that at a commercial level requires no deep integration, and it requires no exchange of data from your traditional client customer database, right? So all of this is, we're providing you with an additional behavioral layer over everything you've already got. What we would love to do, of course, is to also then combine that with existing client data. And we are doing these deep dives with a number of our proof of concept clients around the world, where we're doing deeper integration and we're blending our behavioral data with their existing client data, because then you get real power of identifying stable personality traits, but also being able to identify currently, has their behavior changed? Are they logging in more than they were, more frequently than they were? What are their transaction patterns? And these things together can be incredibly powerful. And then we mix both of those with our engagement libraries, our content libraries, product data, education and content, nudges and interventions. And all of that, the algorithms are bringing together to provide hyper-personalized real-time interventions that go, what do I say to this client at this time in the right tone and at the right moment and in the right way? And if we can do that, we can close that gap, that gap between the decision that actually is good for my financial future and the decision that feels emotionally comfortable right now, because we're not relying on background education and competence. Even highly knowledgeable, experienced investors have all of that go completely out the window when they're stressed and when they're anxious. What we're relying on is delivering the right message at the right time in the right tone to each and every client. Now, let me give you just one more practical example from that. I speak about this in the abstract, but let's take a specific example of cash deployment. It's the one that around the world our clients are most focused on, tend to be more focused on this than keeping people calm in volatile markets. Partly, I think, because, well, markets aren't always volatile. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But people are always sitting on too much cash. So it's a fairly evergreen behavioral problem to solve. And it's one that you don't have to wait for the right moment. You can just get going and get testing. So let me take three of our personas. We've got the planner, the guardian, and the pioneer. The planner I've spoken to already quite a bit there. Low confidence, low composure. The guardian, actually quite a lot of advisors tend to be guardians, as I said. High composure individuals, pretty high confidence, not particularly impulsive. So, cool, calm, and collected. And the pioneers are these highly impulsive people who tend to have quite high confidence and quite high impulsivity. They certainly think they know what they're doing, and they tend to act on it quite a lot. So if all of these people, imagine they have exactly the same financial circumstances. They're all sitting on surplus cash, doing nothing year after year after year, and we want to get them going. What do we do for them? Well, I'm going to start with the guardian, because the thing that our industry typically does is says, well, I've identified your problem. Your problem is you're not invested. I'm going to tell you a lot of numbers-based information about how the risk-return trade-off of long-term investing is in your own best interests. And then I'm basically just going to tell you to get going. Now, for the guardian, actually, that might work. They're reasonably composed people. They have medium-high confidence. They're not particularly impulsive, but if they're convinced of it, they might get going. They're about the only group for whom that traditional message is going to work. If I tried that on a planner, it's not going to work in the slightest. So what would I do for a planner? Well, here we have to focus entirely on emotional comfort. We have to make sure that we're framing the investments to feel emotionally manageable, not just financially optimal. Using these techniques like pre-commitment. Don't try to get them to make a decision today. Try to get them to make a plan for the decisions they're going to carry out in the future. So you've got, for the same financial circumstances, a completely different set of communications and actions to get them working. And the pioneer, you will try things that you would never try for the other two. You might actually want to use their FOMO, the fact that they They tend to get really stressed when other people are earning investment returns when they aren't. You might use market timing and go, well, buy the dips. It is a very, very dangerous message to use for many personas. But for the pioneers, actually, it might be the very thing that gets them moving. So for these guys, you want to motivate action. You want to highlight the future cost of missing out. You want to tell them about how much they have already missed out if they had been invested for the last 5 or 6 years. So the point here is it is very practical. Once you get people's measured on a behavioral financial personality basis, we can understand, we can segment on that basis, and we can give them individualized messages and interventions to get them to do a whole raft of things that are in their own best interests and are in advisors and wealth managers' best interests too, because ultimately it's all about helping people get invested and helping people stay invested. Now, one side bit on this is messaging is one thing, helping to deliver personalized communication and engagement and messaging. But we can also actually help to navigate people towards solutions that are more appropriate for them. So we've been doing a lot of work in the last couple of years, particularly around retirement and decumulation, and what sorts of packages of products people should have in their portfolio at retirement that are going to make them likely to have a more comfortable retirement and make better decisions. So let's just take someone here. Here's someone who, these are 2 scales I've not spent a lot of time on so far. Someone who's low desire for legacy. They don't have a big bequest motive. They're not someone who needs to leave a lot to the next generation or to the world after they're gone. They do, however, have a massive spending reluctance. And we see this of a lot of people in retirement. They end up living in a sort of self-imposed poverty because they are so reluctant to spend their money because they are terrified of running out of money before they die. They're worried about sequencing risk. They're worried about longevity risk. Not that they would put it in those terms. What they're basically worried about is running out of money. These people, relative to others who may have exactly the same financial circumstances, for them, purchasing guaranteed income is a much, much better deal. And again, because of nothing about their balance sheet or their cash flow or their retirement date or anything else, just because their personality measures mean that security that comes from a guaranteed income stream is more important to them than the bequest that you'd be able to retain if you didn't buy that annuitized guaranteed income. But it won't be appropriate for everyone, right? So let's look at someone different. Someone who has low financial comfort. They are anxious about their financial future, and they have a high desire for legacy. So maybe they want to leave money to their kids, or they really want to leave money to philanthropic activities after they pass away, etc. So guaranteed income is not a good solution for them. What these people need are investment solutions that produce income, not guaranteed income. You're not buying an annuity that with your pot that doesn't leave anything left when you die. But you do want to focus on investment portfolios that generate natural income or are providing an income flow, a distribution income flow off the portfolio. Many people, by the way, are made deeply emotionally uncomfortable by spending capital rather than income. Now, financially, it's a bit arbitrary, right? Because you can follow a total returns approach and you can always sell down the capital to generate the income. But there are people out there for whom that is behaviorally and emotionally something they feel uncomfortable with. And so you should seek a different set of solutions. And then lastly, let's take someone who's very low composure. They really struggle to get invested and they struggle to stay invested in volatile markets or turbulent markets. And that's compounded by the fact that they're highly impulsive. What these people need is they need smoothing. They need funds that actively seek to minimize volatility, that provide a smoother ride. So you can see here, just by looking at a small number of financial personality measures, even if these people have exactly the same financial circumstances, the mix of products that's right for them is different. And I'm going to end just on a little bit of practicality here. There's a lot here that goes in. We're talking about personality profiling. We're talking about behavioral segmentation. We're talking about matching people to messages, etc. The real point is here, that technology these days enables us to do this in a way that doesn't require huge long-term integration projects. Everything we do is built on APIs, and it doesn't require a huge amount of data sharing to get going. I mean, data sharing is great, but you could actually turn on the delivery of individual client insights to your clients just by giving them all a link that enables them to complete the financial personality assessment and a unique, completely anonymized identifier that we can use to provide insights to that. So you get insights at 2 levels, or 3 levels actually. The clients can get insights themselves. Your advisors can get individual insights on their clients. So you're equipping the advisors with a guidance tool of what to talk to each client about, and in what tone, and in and with what timing. But also, you get to integrate this into your client MIS. So you get behavioral insights at an aggregate level of your client population. How does my client base spread across these personas? How does my client base differ across different behavioral financial personality traits? How does this differ across different advisors or different teams? The second thing you can do is you can integrate this into your CRM systems, because now you have behavioral segmentation that allows for better targeting, more personalized campaigns, individualized communication and messaging. And that last bit is really about integrating it into your user journeys. So at an individual level, how do I change my product recommendations based on what I know about this person's behavioral profile? How do I change the campaign recommendations if I'm trying to get people to deploy their cash, etc.? So everything now, the culmination of behavioral finance with data science, which allows for the personalization, with technology and AI and digital technologies to allow this to integrate seamlessly through APIs into your system, means that we're at a point now that in the 25 years where I've been doing applied behavioral finance, I think we've always been struggling to reach, which is the behavioral ideas are great, right? But there's always a massive so what at the end of it, which is how do I get them adopted and how do I get them to scale? And those two questions have very little to do with the value of the behavioral ideas themselves. They have everything to do with how you integrate that with data science and with technology. So I'm going to end on one last thing, because no talk these days is complete without some mention of AI and LLMs. But the world we're in, this scaling of behavioral finance is so in tune with the sort of capabilities that we're finding ourselves able to use now. Machine learning analytics, the stuff that we're doing there to identify personas and clusters and identify the scales themselves, these are built deeply on machine learning algorithms, factor analyses, cluster analyses, and our ability to now do this in real time at massive scale means we can take behavioral insights and just deliver them much faster and at a much more granular level. The second one is, we're not in a world anymore where we can run A/B tests and randomized control trials for everything we want to do. They're great if you want academic level evidence, but they are really slow. You need sample sizes that are vast. They're very difficult to do, very costly. And what we want to do is we want to pump personalized information out into the world and measure what happens at an individual level. The problem then is you get very, very complex data sets back. Well, at least it used to be a problem, because this is exactly the sort of thing, exactly the sort of data set that modern AI and LLMs and machine learning are incredibly well equipped to deal with. So what we do is we don't have to set up, one randomized control trial a month. What we do is we just start messaging people and we measure what happens. What are they clicking on? How is their behavior changing? What has happened to their transaction patterns? Have they put cash to work? And then we use these sophisticated machine learning algorithms to say what has worked and what hasn't. And we tweak the parameters of the model to boost the stuff that's working and suppress the stuff that's not working. And so the models are learning in real time and getting better and better and better in the context of your client base and your proposition. And the last one, of course, is LLMs. And I think this should be obvious, but if you want to personalize content at scale, then using large language models is fundamentally powerful. We're now at the position where we can feed LLMs seed copy and go, right, markets are turbulent. You've asked your CIO for 800 words on why everyone should stay calm. And it's good, but it's a bit sort of one size fits all. I know as a marketer, I know how my client base breaks down across these Oxford Risk personas. And we have, we are in the process right now of building the personalization that says, give me your seed copy at a touch of a button. You will get this back in 10 versions for each of those personas and a list of which clients to send which to. So in real time, you are personalizing your content in a way that is behaviorally effective and behaviorally efficient. So thank you very much for your time today. Any questions, please do come and find us. We'd be delighted to demo any of the stuff for you. But the main message I'd leave you with is, I think behavioral science and behavioral finance is at an incredibly exciting point right now. And it's because we're finally being able to mix it properly with advanced data science and advanced technologies and AI and LLMs, which makes it adoptable and it makes it scalable. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. It's always good to hear from you. Your work in this space is truly cutting edge. Our next contributor is Stina Soderquist of Decoding. She has a PhD in cognitive neuroscience and describes herself as a senior behavioral scientist who focuses on scientifically informed product innovation. Her talk today is on how behavioral science principles are used by Decoding to enhance financial engagement and well-being. She reviews the role of behavioral finance in finance, the importance of understanding the why undesired behavior comes about, and the how to deal with it to ameliorate these negative outcomes. She identifies some key principles for effective client engagement, including keeping it simple, both practically and emotionally, using what she calls save hacks, which should be fun, sometimes surprising, and which can often be automated. Giving feedback on progress is very important, highlighting even small wins. And finally, trying to provide information when users are most receptive. The floor is yours, Stina.
Thank you very much, Evan, and thanks to everyone listening in today. I'm very happy to be here today talking to you. I'm going to talking about applying behavioral science to improve financial well-being. And my name is Stina Soderquist. I'm head of behavioral science at Decoding, based in Sweden. I have a background in psychology and a PhD in cognitive neuroscience from Karolinska Institute here in Sweden. And I've been working for over a decade now with applying this insights and knowledge from behavioral science into building products, digital products, particularly focusing on financial products and experiences. So that is my role as head of behavioral science at Decoding. And I'll just tell you now a little bit more about who Decoding are and what we are doing. We are, as I said, a company based in Stockholm, Sweden, but active and live globally. We have a B2B2C model, providing an engagement platform that helps financial institutions to deliver more responsible banking that encourages users to change their financial behaviors and their consumption habits. And this is to provide a more sustainable behavior and behavior that benefits both the customers, the end users, financial well-being, but also a more sustainable consumption with regards to the climate impact of that consumption. So we have two major categories of a group of product features. So the first one is impact finance, and this will be my focus today. And this set of features focuses primarily on building financial well-being, and it does this by increasing savings and investments of bank customers. It includes features of saving goals. It includes tools that help customers and users create more mindful consumption habits. It also includes features of investments, allowing users to invest their money, and also segmentation so that we can understand who the users are and tailor the experience towards their needs and desires. The impact transaction group of features is focusing more on the climate impact. It includes a carbon calculator that allows users to gain an understanding of how their consumption impacts their own carbon footprint. And it also includes an engaging service with features that are helping the users to take action and create a bridge between the knowledge gained from the carbon calculator and the actions that will help them reduce their climate impact. So then, to dig a bit deeper into the work that I'm doing, the behavioral science part, a first question that might be valid to answer is that why do we want to work with behavioral science? Why has the economy decided to have a head of behavioral science employed? Well, it all comes down to the impact that we want to have. As I mentioned, there are two fundamental areas that we want to impact. We want to impact the financial well-being of users, and we want to impact and contribute to a sustainable climate going forward. Those are two big topics. And to achieve this, we really need to encourage some behavioral change of users. And for us to be able to get to that behavioral change, we have learned that we need to really be able to engage the users. And we need to be able to engage them first within the product in a way that will allow us to have the user present in the product so that they see the information we are presenting, they're getting the experience we want them to get. But we also need to engage them beyond the product, out in the real world, so to speak. This is where they will make the decisions about how they consume and how they actually spend their money. And for us to be able to get there, we need to do more than to just nudge people towards a certain one-time decision or a certain usage of our product. So we can help them understand how they should consume in order to save more money. We can help them set up a savings plan within the product. But for them to then actually change the way they're spending so that they have the money available for to save going forward, we need to do more. We need to engage them in a way that they change their behaviors in their everyday life. So we all know this from other areas of life, right? We can get the information and the plan. We can get the information of what we should do to benefit some areas of our life, and we can get help setting up a plan to do that. Whether it's being exercising more, eating more healthfully, or saving money. But then we all know that people in general, me for sure, I'm sure you who's listening can recognize this as well. We struggle to actually do this. And this is the intention action gap that's often discussed in behavioral science, and is absolutely key for us to understand and be able to work with to overcome. Because the intention is that we can help users set up a savings plan, for example, won't mean anything unless they will also take the action. And what this intention action gap tells us is that information often is not enough when it's on its own. It can be crucial. We need to have an understanding of what to do, and we need to understand why to do it. But unless there's more to it, it's just far too common that we don't make the next step and actually create action from it. And this is where behavioral science really plays an important role, because this can help us understand what else is needed in order for us to help users move from intention to action. They can help us identify the barriers that are stopping people from taking action, and identifying these barriers and how we can start working with them. So it means that we can meet people where they are more, and we can help them change their behaviors based on their own terms. And our focus on this has been key throughout our whole company's existence. Is very at the very core of what we're doing, and it differs quite a lot from how traditional PFM tools work. For example, they tend to focus a lot on presenting numbers and insights to the users and expecting them to change the results. Whereas our focus has been from start to understand and work with users' emotions. Because we know that money and finances and consumptions, they're all very emotional for people. And these emotions shape our behaviors in a fundamental way. It cannot be overestimated how important these emotions are. I want to briefly talk about two key areas of emotions that I see as particularly important and are important to understand for us when we work with this. The first one is rewards, and the second will be stats. Let's start with rewards then. We like to do more of what makes us feel good. It's as simple as that. But this is actually a really important function of the rewards in our brain. Because when you look at the biology of it, the function of rewards is to a great extent to tell us that a certain behavior or a certain experience is something that is good for us and something that we should repeat. And it actually helps by making a rewarding behavior more easy to learn and more easy to remember. And therefore, it also more easily turns the behavior into a habit. It's something that we want to repeat, so we repeat it, and we continue to repeat it until it becomes a habit. And this has been fine throughout evolution, where, food was scarce and social belonging was absolutely crucial for our survival. We needed this. This helped us survive. The problem is now that we live in a society where things that are good for us and our survival is now more often present in such abundance that we tend to overconsume it in a way that's no longer good for us. Because our brain hasn't adapted to teach us to consume this in moderation. It keeps getting excited about all the food and the very high energy food that's surrounding us. And it keeps telling us to eat it. And it keeps telling us to enjoy it and therefore repeat it. And consumption is actually very similar. There's a reason why it's talked about as retail therapy. Because consumption actually makes us feel good. It activates regions of the brains that are linked to rewards. And when you see campaigns, bargains, or you can pay by buy now, pay later, this helps increase the rewards and make it difficult for the brain to appreciate the consequences even more. And consumption is it does even more to us than the immediate reward. It also helps contribute to strengthening our identity, and it helps us adhere to social norms or strengthen our social belonging. A lot of our consumption is done in a social setting, whether we are actually surrounded by people doing it or we do it on our own, but with a thought far back in the head that this will somehow improve our status or improve our acceptance within a group. Something that's very important and prioritized by our brains. And, simply put, consumption often makes our life more easy and enjoyable. So there's really no big surprise that we sometimes tend to overconsume. And I think it's really important that we understand this because it creates an understanding of why our users might be struggling to save money or why they might be struggling to invest money. And we need to understand it to also be able to counteract it and think about, well, how can we then make finances and caring for your finances more rewarding? How can that contribute to pleasure in someone's life? So the second group of emotional influence that I want to talk about is that of financial stress. This is, of course, something that can result from overspending. Also, from increased cost of living that we have seen during the last few years, or simply not having enough money to spend as a start. And we know that this is very common. There are just some two statistics that show this, one from the US and one from South Africa, where we see that the majority of people answering these surveys report that financial stress is actually something that impacts their physical and mental health. It's very common, it's very present, and it has serious consequences. And this is important for us to understand because it actually, to a great extent, influences how we make decisions and how we behave. Because a great pool of literature shows that financial stress actually reduces our cognitive bandwidth. So it actually impacts our ability to make good decisions, to understand information, to process information, which is, of course, important if we are the ones contributing or if we are the ones providing users with that information. We need to think about how can we make that more simple for users to understand, and how can we help reduce the stress. And it also reduces our emotional bandwidth in the sense that when we experience this sense of scarcity, that we feel that we do not have enough of something, we become very narrow-minded. We become preoccupied by this topic. So we have difficulty thinking about other aspects of life, or more importantly, it becomes much more difficult to think long term. We become much more prone to go for the short term wins and the short term solutions to our money, to our problems. And as we know, with money, that often is not a great recipe for long term financial stability and wealth. This is important for us to understand and think about how can we help reduce the level of stress for our users. This is to a great extent what we have been working with at Duconomy, and I'll go over some of the key insights that we have been working with from behavioral science, and how show examples of how we apply that in our product. But to start off with, I want to talk about the why, helping ask the question to users of why do you want to save? Why do you want to invest money? And to do this in an effective way, we need to understand motivation. So the research field of motivation is a very big and exciting field. So I'll just cover it very superficially here. But on a simplified level, we can talk about motivation as when you're have a motivational driver towards a certain goal, there can be different characteristics and different qualities of that motivation. And you can think about it as a continuum, where on the one side you have motivation that's deeply linked to your internal values or your internal needs and desires. This is something that when you work towards something that you truly care about, perhaps you even enjoy the task in itself. So you get enjoyment out of doing whatever action that is taking you towards your goal. If you look at the other side of the continuum, you have external motivation. This is when your motivational driver towards a goal is more linked to a material reward, or you're doing something just to avoid punishment. You know that if I don't do this, there will be some punishment that follows. But if you didn't have this material reward or the punishment, you wouldn't do the task. And money, in many instances, fall into this category. Just think about your job, for example. How many people would stay at their job if they didn't need the money? And this has been a key insight for us to work with. Okay, so money is not, for most people, not in itself a driver. It's not a driver that's linked to your values or your desires. What is linked to your values and desires is what you can get with the money. Whether that's, experiences that you dream of, whether it's things that you dream of, or if it's a feeling, a sense of stability, a lack of financial stress. So we built upon this and created what we call dreams. And these are basically saving goals designed in a way to enhance the emotional connection to the saving goals. Make it clear to the user to connect their saving attempts and plans to what they really care about, what their desires are. So we created these streams, saving goals that are made very concrete, very emotional when users set them up. And we also made sure to make them fully localizable. And this is important as we work, globally in many different cultures. This is a way for us to allow to adapt these to make them more culturally and contextually relevant, because it needs to, as I mentioned, needs to really speak to, resonate with what the users truly care about. These are also a great way for financial institutions to understand their users more, because they would have a chance to see what their users actually care about, what they dream about, what they plan to do. So you get this intention data, which is a really excellent opportunity to then build segmentation, create these user experiences that truly speak to people or meet them where they are. It's also, of course, a very good opportunity for upsell, to understand, well, who is saving for longer terms, and maybe they will be, applicable to invest that money instead. They would actually benefit from investing that money. And this is something that we've the cultural adaptation and inspiration of dreams is something that we see and we're learning a lot from as well. We recently gone live with a South African partner, and we see some new behaviors of users that we haven't seen elsewhere. For example, a very common dream to save for is a water backup. That's something that we haven't seen in other countries. So, but what is very important for us, because it also helps us understand the users and where they're coming from and what they're thinking about. And when working with this, we have some important guidance to think about that are based on behavior science and what we know. And the first one is to inspire and don't prescribe. But we never tell people what they should be saving for. I mean, it's very tempting to tell someone you should have a buffer because we know that it's really good to have a buffer. But we try to instead inspire them to see that themselves. So how can we, working with their emotions, making them see what is important for them to feel good and get the most out of their money, being inspired. And this is something where the financial institutions, the banks that we work with, have a lot of input and can control themselves based on how they know their market, how they know their customers, what would be the most inspiring things for them to do. And it's, of course, also something that you can test out and see how, what resonates with the users. But it's important to not be prescribing because then it moves towards the external motivation that I talked about earlier. And we want to keep it close to the users and their internal motivation. An important function is also then to make the dream very personal and very concrete. So that it's something that becomes motivating and resonating with the emotions of the users. We also have a function to make use of the very strong motivator that is social belonging. So quite often you're saving towards a goal that you share with others. So whether it's going on a holiday with your friends or saving towards a house improvement or a new car with your family members or your partner, you can do this together in this product. And that's very important because it helps strengthen and make use of, the social pressure or social influence of your friends, and it helps motivate each other. But the second major point in that we want to work with, if we manage to help users connect the why they should save on a deeper level, the next question is then, of course, how should they save? And we know that this is very important to work with, both with regards to the actual practicality of making them see where can they find more money in their everyday life, but also building self-efficacy. So self-efficacy is our own belief in our own ability to reach our goals. So it's whether I actually believe that I am someone who can take care of my finances and someone who can save money. And this is something that we know from research literature is very important in determining how we then succeed working towards this goal. If you lack the self-efficacy, you feel that saving money or even more commonly investing money seems to be something that's, quite difficult. You don't believe in your own ability to do it, or it just seems overwhelming or stressful in some manner. When we're experiencing those feelings, we tend to often procrastinate that behavior. So you might be thinking that I know I should be saving towards my pension. I should really set up a, stable investment habit to make sure I can have a comfortable time as a retired. But if you don't really feel confident or you don't really know how to do this, you're just not gonna feel the energy or like the motivation to do it this day. So you think, I'll do it next month. It doesn't really matter if there's, one month more or less. And that procrastination continues. So this is something that we know is very important for us to be able to target. And the way we do this is by helping users to keep it simple. And this means keeping it simple from a practical perspective. So like really seeing how can you make savings less daunting, less overwhelming? Can you see areas in your life where you can make small changes that would actually help you save money? But it also needs to be emotionally simple. Again, like just like how we can't tell people what to save for. We can't tell people what they should save on because we don't know what is truly important for someone. I often take the example of going out for lunch with your colleagues. For some people, this might be, more caused by you not planning, because in fact you could also eat in the office with other colleagues, and you would have just as good of a time, but you didn't prepare that food or whatever was needed. But for another person, that going out for lunch with their colleagues might be a social highlight. It might be, one of the best things that week. And we can't tell them that they should stop doing that, because even if they did, it wouldn't make them feel good. So it's not something that they would continue doing. So we need to make it realistic, both from a practical perspective, but also an emotional perspective, because that's when it's more likely to be a behavior that is continued. And if we help break it down into smaller steps, there's also a greater chance that the user will actually succeed in changing their behavior and achieving those smaller steps towards the bigger goal. And that achieving those steps will help them feel good about themselves because they succeeded, and that will feed back into building a self-efficacy that actually I am someone who can save. However little they manage to save, it will make them feel good because they managed to do it. And that will increase the self-efficacy and help them, set longer and bigger goals going forward. And one way of how we do this in our product is we provide this what we call save hacks. And what they are, they're basically these saving tools that help users allocate more money towards their dreams. And this can be done in different ways. It can be, and we also see that this is also somewhere where different preferences of different user groups might prefer different routes. But we have the automatized way. This can be the regular transactions, monthly transactions or weekly transactions that you set up with a, the specified target amount that's transferred every month or so. We also have other automatized tools that, for example, Roundup, that will round up whenever you use your card. When you pay for something, it will round up to the nearest even amount and save that money instead. So something that is happening in the background to help you save with more control. But then we also have the category of lifestyle inspiration. So these are really save hacks that help you see areas where you might be able to change your way of living or your habits to help save money. So it can be to, reduce the amount of takeaway that you tend to buy, start cooking more at home, or it can be skip that takeaway coffee that you might buy on your way to work. And then the third category are the more fun and surprising ways of saving. And we see that these are very popular among customers. And particularly in South Africa, we've seen that this rocket game that we have has been very popular, where users get to play a very simple game within their bank app, and whenever they score in the game, they will save some money. But we also have functions, for example, where you can, instead of go betting on your favorite sports team, you can actually save on your favorite sports team. So whenever your favorite sport team scores a goal, if it's football or scores points in some other sport, whether it's cricket or whatever your favorite sport is, you save money. And we have something called the thief or the squirrel, it's also called in some markets, which mimics this, many of us tend to do small impulsive buys where, you buy a coffee here and you buy a soda there and you don't really think about those amounts, how they really add up. The squirrel or the thief, it does the similar, but it saves that money. So it goes in and takes small amount of money randomly. You can set a limit so it doesn't take too much, but randomly throughout the weeks. So you hardly notice it, and it puts towards your savings. And this is usually a great aha moment for users where they see how this really adds up to become quite significant amounts of saved money in the long run. And something that we also work a lot with is to visualize and reward the progress of users. So whenever they do manage to save money, this is something that we want to make them feel good about. Because if they become rewarded, they feel good about it, that will help increase their self-efficacy, will help them see how their behavior is actually making a change and it's bringing them towards that goal that they care so much about. And it's important to give the right feedback at the right time. And as I mentioned, this is also a great opportunity to upsell, because if you know what a person is dreaming about, what they care about, and how for how long they're planning to save for that, that's a great insights for financial institutions to have, because it tells them that, well, maybe this user would really benefit from investing this money because they're planning on having it here for 15 years. It would make a huge difference to invest that money. Or this one is saving towards buying a house. Well, maybe they will be particularly interested in a mortgage offer, for example. And thinking about investments in particular, we also see that this way of saving can really help reduce risk aversion that is involved with investments. Because we know from research that experience tends to trump behaviors, the description experience gap. So we have this greater fear of certain large, like all or nothing decisions compared to many small cumulative decisions. So if we take many small risks that might add up to a similar risk, it doesn't seem as scary because we get to experience taking that risk and seeing the potential benefits of taking that risk as well. So being able to communicate to a user, well, you don't have to put all your savings into this investment portfolio or this investment product. Rather, you can start small. Start, instead of buying that takeout coffee, going to work every day, why don't you put that money aside and invest that? It doesn't become as scary to people because it's money that they see that they would have spent otherwise, that they would have lost otherwise. And we can then help them see, but by changing the behavior, you will not only save that money, but it can actually grow and it will benefit you, significantly greater in the future. So finally, then, what do we know about the impact of our products? So we have done numerous studies on this. We've done studies together with academic researchers at Linköping University here in Sweden, more in depth, where we asked users to fill in surveys when they first became a user with us, and then 2 months after, and then following up again 2 years after. But we also continuously follow, of course, metrics within users of our different clients to see how this, holds up in different markets and different cultures, and what we can learn and improve from that as well. But what we do see today is very encouraging, and it's something I'm very proud of, because we can see that we are actually boosting financial well-being of users, and we're activating users. We see that in research that we did here in Sweden, we saw that 28% of those using our product, they had no savings before. So we managed to actually speak to them and activate them in a way that, normal bank products had not been able to do. And that's amazing to me, because that really shows that if we are able to just change that behavior to at an early stage, that can have such huge impact in their lives going forward. And we see that those who had a saving before starting saving with us, they actually start saving more. On average, they save 2,000 euros more. These are also numbers based from the Nordic countries, Sweden and Norway. So we managed to motivate these users to change behaviors in a way that help them find more money to save towards what they find important. We see 6 to 8% of monthly income consistently saved across different countries, particularly Sweden and Ukraine in this instance. But then also looking at the emotional connection to their finances and the stress that I talked about, we do see improvements. The two-thirds actually feel less stressed about money just after 2 months, just after probably like helping to visualize what they're doing towards improving their finances. That has such an important effect. And that, as I mentioned, will help improve self-efficacy and help them set bigger goals going forward. Because they feel more confident as well. 59% report feeling more confident, and 74% feel more positive about their finances in general. So these are very encouraging numbers, and something I'm very proud to be able to present and feel that we have actually contributed to. That's what I wanted to talk to you about today. So I'll be very happy to continue with the questions and discussions going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stina. It was really exciting to see these insights being leveraged effectively in practice. This combination of insight and effective implementation is key to any automated engagement process. We will now take a short 5-minute break. Please feel free to stay online, where you'll be able to see some short videos showcasing projects that Momentum Investments has been involved in.
Having been a financial advisor for 40 years, I've met tons of people whom I've helped with their financial planning, which included retirement. And yes, there have been some challenges along the way, especially to match the right product with not only the needs of my clients, but also their personalities. So, let me tell you about the Smiths. I'd been Tom and Mary's advisor for about 3 years when I got a frantic call from Tom. There's 3 of them. Even though having the same parents, living in the same house, going to the same school, it was soon apparent that although identical, they were very, very, very different. Now, Greg, the oldest, was the daredevil, always in the wars, falling off his skateboard, and black eyes from playing rugby. No dare went unchallenged. George, the youngest, on the other hand, was always quite reserved, with a love for painting, an old conservative soul. And Gina was the deep thinker of the 3 and insisted on debating everything. ever the kind-hearted, who wanted to fix everything. The boys used to call her Mini Mom, much to her irritation. In their teens, they all developed interests which reflected their personalities. Now, Greg's love for the outdoors led him to a career as a game ranger. George settled into being an artist, loving the security of illustrating children's books. Gina fulfilled her dream of becoming a doctor, but really loves being a mom. So when Tom asked that I meet with the gang, as he called them, to discuss their financial planning, it was really interesting, and soon became apparent that each saw the world and its risks very differently. They also had very different ideas of what the future will have in store for them. One day, when Greg retires, he'll want the flexibility to choose his income level and change it every year. He'd want his investment to be exposed to the ups and downs of the market, as he's excited by the prospect of growing his money. Now that's why he believes he will choose a living annuity. But he'll have to manage his underlying investment choice and the income he gets well, to make sure that he doesn't run out of money if he were to live longer than his parents did. He'd also want his children to inherit the balance of his investment when he passes away. George wouldn't want to worry about the ups and downs of the market, so he'll rather choose a life annuity when he retires. Even though the income he will receive cannot be changed later, he knows it will be guaranteed for as long as he lives. Now, George and his wife don't have children, and his wife has her own investments. So he isn't concerned that there'll be nothing to inherit from his life annuity when he passes away. When Gina retires, she'll want her money to give her the opportunity to participate in the growth of the market and the ability to choose her own level of income so that she can live a little. But she'll want a guaranteed income that can cover her life expenses for as long as she lives, should markets underperform. She's looking for something that can give her the best of both worlds, the certainty of a guaranteed income from a life annuity and the flexibility and potential market upside of a living annuity. At Momentum, we pride ourselves in being innovators and market leaders, having a solution for all. With the Momentum retirement income option, you don't have to choose between investment protection and growth. You can have the best of both in a unique solution to meet your personal needs with Momentum.
I like that I am the master of my own destiny. I like the peace of mind of a guaranteed income.
I love that I get the best of both worlds.
Welcome back. Next is Thomas Oberlechner. Thomas is the founder, CEO, and Chief Science Officer of Behavioural Quant, a behavioural consulting company based in Vienna, Austria. He was previously a professor of psychology at Webster University in Vienna for 20 years. Today, he explains Behavioural Quant's version of a currently very blunt instrument in the advisor's arsenal, the traditional risk questionnaire. He explains how risk profiling can be enhanced by using psychological insights. These can be further leveraged by assessing the decision-making styles of investors. This can help avoid the perception and probably reality of advice being too generic. Thomas, the camera is yours.
Thank you, Evan. Hello, and a very warm welcome. It's great to be back with the Momentum community for the Minds and Machines webinar. I'm Dr. Thomas Oberlechner, founder of Behavioural Quant, and I'm truly delighted you're joining us today. This isn't just a webinar. It's a chance to dive into a topic I've been passionate about for years, combining the power of human psychology with advanced technology to create something new and impactful. And as we go through today's session, I invite you to reflect on your own practice and how this might reshape it. My vision is to give financial professionals like you a fresh perspective on your clients, rooted in understanding how people think and behave and how they make decisions. So, coming from Vienna, the city of Sigmund Freud, I was trained as a clinical psychologist and psychotherapist here. So, psychology is always close by for me. I've spent my career researching how people make decisions, especially in financial contexts. I was a psychology professor for many years, and my work has taken me from Harvard and MIT to top investment firms on Wall Street and even into Silicon Valley, building advanced technology for investors. Throughout these experiences, one lesson has stood out. Empathy is the cornerstone of effective relationships. Truly seeing the world through a client's eyes, understanding their feelings and perspective is crucial for building trust and for advising financial clients successfully. And I'm sure many of you have seen how even small acts of empathy can transform a client conversation. Many advisors still rely on gut feeling or traditional risk questionnaires. But is that enough in today's fast-changing world? So, what does that look like when applied with real clients? At Behavioural, we've developed a science-based system that helps you understand your clients on a much deeper level, personalize your advice, and build deeper trust-based relationships. In this presentation, I'll draw on my background as a psychology professor and share key insights from psychology and behavioral finance. From advanced risk profiling to personality traits, decision-making style, mitigating advisor biases, and personalizing portfolio theory, I want to show you how the newest behavioral technology applies this research to help you build more trust and to personalize advice much more systematically. All the science, all the tech we'll discuss ultimately serves to help you understand your clients better, to truly see things from their perspective. So let's start with something you already know well, but look at it through a different lens. Risk profiling is a core part of every investment recommendation. New behavioral technology approaches it with far more depth and scientific rigor than the usual questionnaire. Many studies show that traditional risk questionnaires are too simplistic, underscoring the need for scientific tools. Our behavioral system recognizes that behind every risk score is a human being with unique feelings about uncertainty and loss. The result is a far more nuanced and reliable risk profile than the old one-dimensional "what's your risk number" approach. Traditional methods rely on a few generic questions to produce a single risk score. Our system takes it further, using a mix of proven psychometric scales and realistic financial decision scenarios to fine-tune the results. This scientific approach cross-checks what clients say about risk with how they actually respond in trade-off situations, reducing measurement errors. And I know many of you have used risk questionnaires for years. Let's see how this new approach compares. Often, people misjudge their risk comfort until they're faced with a tangible financial situation. The system simulates those decisions up front to get a truer read. For example, a client might rate themselves as cautious and conservative when it comes to investing. But when faced with an actual financial scenario, like choosing between a guaranteed profit and a gamble for a bigger gain, that same client might go for the gamble. And this reveals a higher risk appetite in practice than the survey answers alone suggested. Behavioral science technology makes these inconsistencies immediately clear and adjusts the risk score accordingly. Research also shows that separating risk into two components is crucial. Risk tolerance, the client's psychological willingness to take risk, and risk capacity, the client's financial ability to take risk. For example, their income stability or the time horizon for an investment. Measuring both risk tolerance and capacity is crucial. If someone's tolerance is high, but capacity is low, that mismatch is a major red flag. So you might recognize a client situation like this. It's more common than you think. An advisor once labeled a client, John, as aggressive because John said he was comfortable with risk and he loved talking about volatile stocks. But the system's behavioral assessment revealed that while John's risk tolerance was high, his capacity was low. He was near retirement with little cushion for losses. This profile made the advisor pause, and when they discussed the findings, John admitted the 2008 market crash had scarred him more than he let on. They decided to keep his portfolio growth-oriented, but to add safety nets due to his limited capacity. And the advisor realized without measuring both tolerance and capacity, he might have misjudged John and placed him in a portfolio that was too risky. The behavioral risk profiling module pulls these insights together. It clearly distinguishes risk tolerance, personality, from risk capacity, financial ability. You get separate results for each, along with an integrated risk score that combines them. And crucially, it flags any major mismatch. If a client's willingness to take risk far exceeds their ability to afford it, you'll get an alert to address that gap. The system then links the profile to portfolio recommendations. It can pull up a model portfolio that matches the client's profile, complete with stats and worst-case scenarios. And this creates a smooth transition from profiling to concrete investment advice. This advanced approach pays off for both advisors and clients. For advisors, it provides a much more accurate read on the client's risk profile, making your investment recommendations more likely to be suitable and accepted. It reduces the chance of nasty surprises, a client saying, "I didn't realize I could lose this much," or "These returns are too low for me." Because the profile accounts for both psychology and finances, you can have much more nuanced conversations. For example, you might say, "I know you're comfortable with risk, but since you'll retire soon, we should dial it back." For clients, this process protects them from themselves. It can reveal if they're overestimating their risk appetite or if they could afford to take on more risk. They see that you're being thorough and scientific, which boosts their confidence. In short, advanced risk profiling leads to portfolios that are better aligned with each client's comfort. And clients are more likely to stay the course during market volatility, and you are less likely to have to do damage control later. Now let's move into one of my favorite topics, personality. The Big Five model of personality: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and emotional stability. This is psychology's gold standard framework for describing fundamental personality differences. Why does this matter in financial advice? Because these core traits influence how people make financial decisions, from how impulsively or cautiously someone invests to how emotionally they react to market swings. In other words, knowing someone's personality gives you a window into their mindset, a structured way to understand their unique nature with empathy. And research shows the Big Five traits strongly impact financial behavior and reliably describe personality. For example, a 2024 study found that knowing somebody's Big Five traits and their decision-making style helps predict their investment choices and their portfolio outcomes. So in plain terms, if you understand a client's personality, you can better anticipate that client's financial decisions and needs. Now, while the Big Five is an excellent foundation, it's important that it's still just a starting point. As a former professor and researcher in personality psychology, I should also mention the so-called bandwidth fidelity trade-off. Broad traits, like the Big Five, provide great coverage, but finer nuances can be lost. So in plain English, no single model captures a person completely, and that's why BQ Advisory builds on the Big Five, but doesn't stop there. It incorporates additional traits for a richer, more faithful picture of each client. Think about your own clients for a moment. Do these profiles remind you of anyone? Alice is high in conscientiousness. She's organized and future-oriented. Bob is high in extroversion. He's outgoing and excitement-seeking. If you present the same complex financial plan to both, Alice will likely read every detail because she craves structure. And Bob, on the other hand, might lose interest if you go too deep. He'll prefer a big picture overview. The Big Five explains these differences, so you don't mistakenly label one client as difficult. Alice's love of detail comes from her conscientious nature, not from nitpicking. And Bob's need for broad strokes comes from his extroverted nature, not because he isn't serious about the details. One of the advisors using the behavioral profiling system discovered that one of his long-term clients was very low in emotional stability, meaning he had a strong tendency to worry about losses. And this explained why during past market dips, the client would call in a panic. So the advisor adjusted his approach ahead of the next market downturn. He reached out proactively with extra reassurance and with a reminder of the long-term plan before the client could panic. The result? The client stayed calm and kept his investments on track, a big change from his past reactions. The advisor even joked that it was like having a user manual for the client. So knowing the client's personality helped him anticipate and meet the client's emotional needs under stress. Our behavioral system goes beyond a generic risk score or a simple conservative aggressive label. Instead, it produces a rich behavioral profile. It distills complex traits into memorable personality types, like prudent guardian or efficient manager. And these aren't just labels, they are tools to spark meaningful dialogue. And that way you can discuss personality in a relatable manner without oversimplifying. And you still see detailed traits behind those labels. For instance, if a client's profile shows very low openness, you'll know that they probably avoid complex novel investments and prefer safe and familiar options. These insights help you anticipate how different clients may react in various situations. And all these insights have tangible benefits. For advisors, understanding what makes each client tick means you can truly personalize your advice. For example, a highly conscientious client will appreciate a detailed checklist or action plan, while an extroverted client might prefer face-to-face interactions and a big picture discussion. Clients, in turn, feel genuinely understood, not squeezed into a generic box. And when a client feels the advisor truly gets them, it builds trust. In fact, a 2022 CFA Institute study found that clients valued trust in their advisor even more than investment performance. So by leveraging Big Five insights, you can tailor your approach to each client's personality and build trust and rapport more effectively. Not all investors make decisions the same way. Decision science shows there's a wide spectrum of styles. Some people are fast, intuitive decision makers who rely on gut instinct, while others are slow, analytical thinkers who deliberate carefully over data. You've likely worked with both ends of the spectrum and everyone in between. Additionally, some individuals are naturally very confident in their choices, whereas others are more hesitant and constantly seek reassurance. Knowing where each client falls on this spectrum, intuitive versus analytical, quick versus deliberate, confident versus cautious, helps you tailor advice so it truly resonates. And this is another area where empathy matters. You understand how each client makes decisions, and you make sure you're speaking their language. Imagine you're pitching the same investment to two different clients. Client X goes with their heart. As soon as you start explaining the opportunity, they latch onto the story and say, I have a good feeling about this. Client Y decides with their head. They interrupt to ask for hard numbers, the 10-year performance, the fees, all the details. So the same presentation triggers completely different responses. If you recognize early on that client X is the intuitive type, you would lead with a compelling narrative and big picture outcomes to keep them engaged. For client Y, who is more analytical, you'd bring plenty of data and maybe an appendix of figures for them to dig into. It's a clear reminder one size doesn't fit all, and the research backs this up. Studies consistently show that aligning your advice delivery with the client's decision-making style, both their understanding and decision quality improve. For example, one study found that intuitive decision makers felt more confident and they were more likely to follow advice when it was presented through stories and scenarios. Analytical types, on the other hand, did better when the same advice was given with statistics and charts. But if you mismatch the style, say you overwhelm an intuitive client with spreadsheets, or you give an analytical client nothing but feel-good stories, you risk causing confusion, discomfort, or even distrust. Here's a quick real-life example. It's a case that really shows how decision style plays out in real life. An advisor I know worked with a married couple who had opposite decision styles. One spouse was big picture and intuitive, while the other spouse was very detailed focused. Before using the behavioral system, their meetings were challenging. One spouse got impatient with too many details, while the other felt uneasy without enough specifics. So after profiling them with the system, the advisor understood why. And he adjusted his approach, giving the big picture spouse visual summaries and the detailed orient spouse plenty of numbers and documentation. And it worked. Both spouses felt at ease and could finally agree on a plan. And the advisor was relieved to finally understand their styles and could tailor his process accordingly. So how does BQ Advisory help with this? As part of its assessment, BQ asks questions and uses exercises that reveal each client's decision-making style. And armed with this insight, you can adjust your approach accordingly and think of BQ as your roadmap for how to present information to that client so they can make decisions comfortably. Paying attention to decision style is a game changer for advisors. It not only prevents miscommunication, like drowning a client in details they don't want, or leaving out details an analytical client really needs, it also boosts client satisfaction. You're giving people information in the way they want to receive it. And that means they understand the reasoning more clearly, and they will remember it better. And when a client understands the plan, they feel more confident and empowered, and they're more likely to stay with the course of action that you've recommended. In the end, aligning with each client's decision style leads to better outcomes for everyone. The client feels, wow, my advisor really speaks my language, which strengthens the bond between you and makes it much easier for them to say yes to your recommendations. Now let's take a quick look at how behavioral technology helps advisors gain a more holistic view of their clients. It supports even the most experienced advisors in recognizing and correcting for common psychological biases. So let me ask, have you ever caught yourself assuming a client thinks just like you do? There's two major biases that can derail how we understand clients. The first is the false consensus bias, assuming others see the world the same way as we do. The second is the halo effect, where one standout trait, like confidence or intelligence, distorts your perception of the whole person. These pitfalls show why objective, multidimensional profiling is so valuable. It helps you go beyond gut instinct and see the full picture. The everyone is like me trap happens when an advisor unconsciously projects their own preferences onto a client. You might think, if I'm comfortable with this plan, the client will be too. Even experienced professionals fall into this bias. Expertise doesn't guarantee objectivity. That's where tools like BQ Advisory make a difference. Take Karen, an advisor who learned this the hard way. Cautious by nature, she assumed a young entrepreneur client shared her conservative approach. But when later he pushed for bold, aggressive investments, it became clear her instincts had been off. After using BQ Advisory, the truth emerged. The client was a natural risk taker. Karen's own risk lens had distorted her judgment. And the client admitted he had actually downplayed his answers early on, sensing her conservative vibe and not wanting to seem reckless. The result? A misalignment that could have been avoided. Objective, data-driven insights would have revealed his true preferences from the start, leading to better advice and a stronger relationship. And now consider the halo effect, the assumption that one trait tells you everything about a person. For example, a brilliant surgeon might be assumed to be a naturally savvy, calm investor. But excelling in medicine does not guarantee financial know-how or steady nerves in a volatile market. So leaning on that assumption could lead an advisor to skip key questions or to misjudge the client's true risk comfort. A multidimensional profile reveals a more complete picture. It might show that, despite his high intellect, this client has low financial confidence and actually high anxiety about his losses, requiring a very different approach than the initial guess. Behavioral technology helps neutralize both of these biases by offering an impartial, data-driven view of the client. Instead of guessing, the system gives you a comprehensive profile, covering key factors like risk tolerance, personality, decision-making style, and more. It provides concrete metrics that anchor your advice in facts, showing where a client stands relative to others. And if your intuition conflicts with the data, that might be a red flag. You might have a blind spot. So how does this translate into your daily practice? The benefits of objective client profiling are significant. For advisors, it means more precise recommendations and fewer mistakes. You can confidently say, this isn't just my opinion, it's backed by your profile data, which makes your advice more persuasive. It also safeguards your practice by avoiding recommendations that fall outside the client's true comfort zone, so no unpleasant surprises down the road. And it allows you to personalize at scale instead of relying on a one-size-fits-all approach. For clients, the advice feels tailored to who they really are. They feel heard because the plan reflects their unique traits, not a generic formula. The process itself is enlightening. Clients might realize how risk-averse they actually are, or why one part of them craves big gains, while another one worries about losses. And seeing these insights builds trust, and knowing the strategy truly reflects them makes them more confident and more likely to stay the course through market ups and downs. In short, both of these biases point to a bigger theme. To truly understand each client, we must step outside our own perspective. Using an objective, multi-dimensional tool combined with genuine empathy helps you move past personal bias and avoid one-dimensional judgments. The result? A tighter alignment between the plan and the person, and a more trust-filled, effective advisor-client relationship. So we've explored a lot of behavioral insights. Now let's connect them back to the finance side. Let's pull it all together. This is where finance meets real human behavior. This final section brings together the rigor of investment science with the reality of how people make decisions. Our system is designed to bridge these two worlds. And the key to that bridge is empathy, making sure the human element is never lost in the financial strategy. On one side, we have the time-tested principles of modern portfolio theory, concepts like diversification, the efficient frontier, and risk-return trade-offs. On the other, we have the human side, how people actually feel about risk and reward, and how they behave in real-life situations. The goal is to make sure that the optimal portfolio on paper is also optimal for the person who has to stick with it. Because the best portfolio means nothing if the client can't sleep at night or abandons the strategy at first sign of trouble. And that's why empathy is so crucial here. You need to anticipate how the client feels about risk, not just to calculate what the numbers are, to ensure the plan truly fits. Here's a practical story that really drives this point home. Consider two advisors. Advisor A uses the traditional approach, while advisor B uses the behavioral system. Advisor A gives the client a standard risk tolerance questionnaire and, based on the results, puts them in a typical moderate portfolio. He explains the choice, maybe by historical average returns, volatility, maybe a standard deviation chart. The client nods politely, but you can tell they're a bit uneasy. Those stats don't mean much to them emotionally. And later, when the market drops by about 15%, a fairly normal downturn, and the portfolio falls by around 10%, the client panics. Calls advisor A saying, "I never thought I could lose this much so fast." And the advisor is left with a very upset client and a difficult conversation. Nothing unusual happened, but the client never understood what a moderate risk level really meant in practice. Now let's look at advisor B. With a similar client, they use the behavioral system to assess risk. Instead of handing over a number or a generic moderate label, advisor B sits down and walks through a chart from the BQ report. This chart shows the historical performance of the recommended portfolio, including real-world scenarios, like the worst drawdown over different time horizons. And when the client sees this, for example, worst year minus 25%, they frown, and that opens up a frank conversation. How would you feel if that happened again? What would you do? The client responds, "Actually, that sounds scary. I didn't realize a moderate portfolio could drop that much in a bad year." And together they decide to dial the risk down, shifting to a slightly more conservative allocation that the client feels comfortable with. It's a perfect example of how combining financial and psychological insight leads to a much better client experience, one that is built on clarity and shared understanding. So how does the behavioral system integrate these two sides, finance science and human psychology? If you're wondering how this actually comes together in the system, this is it. On the technical side, BQ includes model portfolios aligned with a range of risk profiles backed by decades of historical market data. When you input a client's profile, the system pulls up a matching portfolio complete with expected returns, volatility, and key downside metrics like maximum drawdown. It presents this information with intuitive charts and clear client-friendly explanations, so it's easy to share the highlights with the client. And on the behavioral side, the system uses the client's unique inputs, all those factors we've been profiling, like personality, risk tolerance, decision style, to fine-tune the recommendations. So in essence, BQ ensures that personalization never comes at the cost of sound investment principles. Every portfolio recommendation is evidence-based and it's grounded in data. So you're still aligned with diversification or risk standards. But it's also tailored to fit the individual client. Another practical advantage, the system generates documentation you can use to justify your recommendations. This is great for compliance purposes. You can show that the plan is based on the client's own profile data and historical analysis, not some whimsical guess. And here's why the approach makes your advice more powerful and your conversations more persuasive. Blending finance science with behavioral insight creates real value both for advisors and for clients. For advisors, it's efficient, it builds confidence. The system gives you clear, ready-to-use talking points. You can say, at your risk level, the worst one-year loss was about X%, and that's within your comfort zone. That shifts the conversation from, I think this works for you, to here's why this fits you, and here's what you can expect. It makes your advice feel stronger, more convincing, both for clients and for prospects. And because modern portfolio theory is built in, you're working within professional standards while still tailoring your guidance. Clients get the best of both worlds, a rational, goal-based strategy that also matches their comfort zone. And when they understand the logic behind the plan, they feel more at ease and are less likely to panic when markets dip. Instead of saying, I didn't see this coming, they can say, we planned for this. Thank you so much for being here today. Over the past few minutes, we've explored the science of personalized advice, from modern personality theory and decision-making science to advanced risk profiling. And we've seen how behavioral technology makes it possible to deliver truly personalized advice and recommendations tailored to each individual client. I hope you find this bridge between finance and human psychology both inspiring and relevant. A 2021 Accenture study of 1,000 wealth advisory clients revealed a clear message. The main issue, 90% said the advice they receive feels too general. And I wouldn't be surprised if you've heard something similar from your own clients. Now contrast that to their top expectation. My advisor understands me as a person. In other words, clients don't just want good financial advice. They want to feel genuinely understood. And a 2023 study by Charles Schwab found something striking. Advisors using behavioral tools saw 3 times larger deposits from existing clients, along with significantly stronger loyalty and higher client acquisition rates. Why? Because clients had a better experience and were more satisfied. So if any part of today's session resonated with you, I invite you to take the next step. You can use this QR code to try out Behavior Quant for free. And of course, feel free to reach out. We are always happy to continue the conversation. Thank you again for being part of this journey. And now I'll hand it back to our host, Heaven.
Thank you, Thomas. I really like the way that your company is extending the understanding of additional dimensions that influence clients' risk assessments and their decision-making. It's very important to understand these nuances better to drive more effective interactions. Next, we have Professor Maggie Chen of Cardiff University. She is a professor of financial mathematics and is the author of many papers on cryptocurrencies and machine learning applications. Today, she's presenting the results of an application of unstructured machine learning, or clustering, to Bitcoin account holders. As the Bitcoin ledger is publicly available, she uses clustering techniques to identify the different behaviors of these Bitcoin account holders. She shows how these techniques can provide insights into 5 clusters or types of behavior in this asset. Over to you, Maggie.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to my presentation. Before I start, I just want to thank Evan for organizing everything, and thank you for inviting me. Today, I'm going to talk about a piece of research I've done with my research group to look into the behavioral patterns, what we call behavioral fingerprint, in the Bitcoin markets. This is the rough plan for today's talk. I will talk a little bit about Bitcoin markets, and that brings out why we're interested in this piece of research. And then I will explain a little bit on the literature that's relevant. And then we will dive straight into the modeling part to see how we actually set out to study the different types of behavior in the markets. And finally, you will see the full empirical example to demonstrate what we've been talking about. Okay, so first of all, the Bitcoin market. I think up to today, Bitcoin is no longer a strange idea to people. It's one of the largest cryptocurrency traded in the market. And there's a lot of debates about whether it's still a currency or actually is more perceived or actually used as investment assets. But by design, cryptocurrency originally was designed as a currency, very much like our fiat currency, but with kind of very little constraint on how and who can access it, and there's a strong plea of transparency of that. But ultimately, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies were designed to be like a currency, especially with purchasing power. But what we've observed in the market is that a lot of investors, especially we call speculative investors, actually sees it more as an investment asset. So what is it? Is it a traditional currency with some new features, or is it actually more like an investment asset like a stock or some kind of derivatives? So why don't we look into some kind of data to show this? So we actually took the Bitcoin and then just plotted against the different kind of currencies. So you can see in the graph A, B, or C, we treat it as exchange rate. And you can clearly see that the behavior of the Bitcoin, and especially from the statistics, it's not very much like a currency. You can see that the mean levels across different kind of currencies are quite different, media are quite different, but the problem is that the kurtosis is quite big, and standard deviation also varies a lot, especially the Bitcoin against the major currency, the dollars. You can see that the standard deviation is quite high. And then what we did is that we took the price of the Bitcoin against USD, which you can see it as interest rate. So basically in A, you see it as a Bitcoin. And if we compare that with Tesla or Barclays, that some are highly liquid and frequently traded kind of stocks, then if you look at their stats, you can clearly see the Bitcoin, for example, the average return means level, average price, the mean level, or the standard deviation, or skewness, or kurtosis, whatever statistics you look at, they are behaving much more like each other. So if you compare these stats, seeing in the first kind of experiment, you can see that the Bitcoin's statistics are not so similar to other kind of exchange rate currency related the variables. But if you look at that in comparison to stocks, it's very much they very much kind of mimicking each other's behavior. So in that sense, it proves that the Bitcoin possibly at its current state
is more of an investment asset rather than, really fulfilling its full currency functionality. And we also kind of observe that in this market, and usually the returns of the Bitcoin tend to be quite high, and that is associated with high risk as well. And we also observed from this return distribution, it has this effect tails, and especially very long thin tails, which again shows the risk profile of this new asset is quite high. And this market has its own unique features, and it's 24/7 market. It's not like a traditional stocks traded on stock exchange. You will have opening time, closing time. And also because it's fundamental blockchain design, and we noticed that on average, it's a design that every single block, so every trade will be recorded on the blockchain, and roughly by design, the every block should arrive in 10 minutes. And in empirical evidence, which we will show later on, that's exactly bang on. So it has a very structured kind of design in terms of its infrastructure and based on blockchain. But also at the same time, it has a lot of features coinciding with highly risk or liquid assets. In this market, what we really noticed that since 2018, the market become very, very, very active. And then now, after various kind of major events, so for example, Elon Musk been tweeting back in the days about Bitcoin, and we also know that there are some kind of crackdowns of the cryptocurrency, etc. So after all these, you can imagine how active they are. But what we definitely can see, this market become very active since 2018. So what we are looking at here really is kind of that period since 2018 onwards. We observe like a dramatic increase of IP addresses. So each IP address, you can see it as a kind of trading ID type of stuff. So basically, you can see a lot more here with the numbers I pointed out here. Just during the 2018 and 2021 period, you can see that the IP addresses or the participants in this space, quickly doubled. Another interesting we found out based on what we did in the studies, that during this period, although the addresses kind of dramatically doubled, but the activities are very, very concentrated. So, for example, we noticed that 91.22% these addresses actually throughout the lifetime, the period we're looking at between 2018 and 2021, don't have more than 2 transactions. That tells us that a lot of people possibly will join to try out to see what this is, and then they just quickly lose interest, or they just don't really know what to do about it. But on the other hand, we also noticed that some most active addresses are really active. So for example, if you look at this address here, I put down in the last bullet point, and this address appeared on the 20th of October in 2017, and it appeared in this block number. It actually kind of still up to today has averaged over 80,000 kind of transactions per month. And just within our observing period, it has more than 3.5 million transactions. So in comparison to the 91% of the population in this space, you have who doesn't really do much in the space. You have the other extreme, that somebody like this one person has so much transactions overall and on average each month. So that actually really make us think not only what is this market like, we want to know who are actually in this market. So because we are talking about roughly just over 8% of the entire population It's super active, is responsible for all these transactions, all these high returns, high risk, and highly volatile market. And also from the example I said earlier, the top kind of end of participants have a huge concentration in terms of their activity in the market. So you naturally wonder whether there's some kind of a strong speculation in the space for whatever reason. So that thought really comes from the market microstructure perspective. We know that people, who have technical or technology advantage, for example, their trading facilities can cope with very fast trading, high frequency trading, etc. Or people who have information advantage, and or people who have high, kind of risk appetite, even so much so that they risk, seeking people, they tend to be associated with very speculative behavior. And there are currently some kind of research in the market microstructure specifically focusing on Bitcoin markets. You can see I listed here. And the general idea or general findings is that, in the Bitcoin market, it's the behavior, especially the price movement and the volatility profile, etc., is very much behaving like the high frequency trading. You will see a lot of frictions in trading. You will see substantial trading volumes from very small portion of concentrated traders, or we here call traders like the IP addresses, and etc. So basically, inspired by this, we wanted to see, really to understand who are in this kind of new space. And even so, there's only, say, 8 to 9% people very active, and then, counting for all this massive volume of transactions. Do they behave the same? And who are actually, the real kind of speculators in this market? And who are, like, the fair traders, what we call, although they may have information advantage, or they have speed advantage, or maybe they just are like, say, for example, the hedge fund traders, or those experienced traders who handle ETFs, but they are, doing reasonable things, or we call them the market behavior of these people are regular behaviors, and who actually are genuine speculators. Or maybe all our, assumptions here are not backed up by any evidence. So basically, just with that kind of curiosity and some kind of observed evidence, we decided that we want to understand, and who are in the space and what they do. So just to be more specific, that we do observe that there's a large population addresses in this space who do very little. So we call them taste traders. And that could be people who were just attracted to this market, or generally they are very curious about things, and they just dip into the water and have taste, and they then really don't go deeper again. But we really want to see, for the rest of roughly 8 to 9% of the participants, what they do, who they are, etc. Because what we are interested are their behaviors. So, and what we will need to do is to really look into all these IP addresses and then associated transactions. So we haven't, in this study, we haven't really looking at their trading behavior, because often, for finance, you will not be able to access the trader ID. And if you, in a say traditional finance market, if you know who is doing what, you pretty much have the gold. That's usually the difficult bit. But now with the machine learning models, etc., we could design or engineer the model in the sense that we read in a lot of information, and we use those information to kind of review the behavior of people. So we don't necessarily need to know exactly did what, but we can roughly know in the market what type of people exist and what they do. So basically what we found, just this is quick kind of highlight of our findings before we dive in. And so we basically find, or we kind of borrow the concept from the traditional market of typical trader types or participant types, or you call market participant types. And then we assigned 5 different types, including like taste traders or high frequency traders or market makers, etc. I will introduce them very quickly after we get into the modeling part. And we definitely find very distinctive 5 different types of traders. And we found that each traders have a very unique trading behavior. So, for example, the fundamental traders are very much in the space like the traditional fundamental traders, and the technical traders they trade on information signal. They don't really look into the fundamentals, where the price or liquidity moves. They don't. They look at, say, patterns, for example, and they look at the charting, that kind of thing. And we will really looking into that. And also from the overall market perspective, we noticed that even within those 8 to 9% of people who are very active in the space, and there is very strong clustering effect in those people. Okay, so the certain groups are very, very, in terms of portion, they're very, very small, but they count for a large amount of volumes in terms of transaction. So all these insights could really help us understand who are in the market and what do they do. And then the regulators could very well understand, where the liquidity comes from in the markets and where liquidity is taken by whom, and then how they're going to design a regulatory side of things to keep the orderly market. Okay, now we get to the real engineering bit. So what we did is that between the January 1st, 2018 to the January 31st of 2021, we basically tracked every single IP address that have been in the Bitcoin market, and we collected all the on-chain transactions. And so that's really a massive data set, which we will get to in a minute. And then for us to track all this Bitcoin data, we will we'll definitely need ID. The ID is IP address. So every single IP address is a unique ID. So you can see it as a traditional trader ID in the traditional market. And we will need to know for each transaction when it arrives and in which block of the whole blockchain it arrives. And we need to know the total number of transactions, and we need to know the total number of addresses. And for the Bitcoin part, and for each address to have a transaction, I either send a Bitcoin or receive a Bitcoin. So we will also mark that. So we know every transaction, whether it's sent, it's received. And we also know the time horizon as well. So knowing the structure of the Bitcoin data, it's slightly different from traditional. So for example, we will have the features that mark the blockchain side of the Bitcoin. So for example, the blocks, the block location, and the send and the receive of the transaction, and which block that transaction locates in. So that's kind of the unique side of it. And then we have to define all this. So I'm not going to go into this to bore you, but these, just quickly to go through, these are the key features we use to describe Bitcoin. So for example, we will for any address I or IP I, we will need we actually collect the total number of transactions of it and total number of blocks of it. And also we look at from the time perspective. So, for example, the DJI is showing for address I, which day and what time of that day the J's transaction arrived. Either it's sent or it's received. We then also will know something like more about the address and the transaction number. So we count the number of transactions for the address I in any of the day K. And we want to know the number of for a particular address, total number transaction number of a week and of a month. And to define this, or the purpose is really to help us to define different types of features so that we can study the behavior. So we actually can design over like 30 different type of features, and then we put the features into the modeling framework we chose here, which is K-means, and run through the experiment and filter out those features that don't converge. So basically, we design a lot of features, and we try them in our algorithm. If they don't really converge, that means that they just won't work. Those features will not fit the model, and we'll filter them out. So eventually we end up with these 12 features. And I just handpick a few because then later on, when we move on, I'm going to talk about these features by categories and for specific purpose. So for example, we found useful features including number of transactions per block, or the average number of transactions per day or per week. And we also see that the deviation of the number of transactions per week or median of that. And we also pick up the active time ratio, for example. So for example, throughout the entire period, for particular address I, how active, is that 80% of the time this address is busy doing transactions, or only 2% of the time this address is busy doing things. And we also look at other kind of time ratios to see, transaction days to against. So how many days address I are actually having transactions, and what's the proportion of that to the entire lifetime. But overall, we have all these 12 features. I'm going to go through to say how we actually categorize these features. Basically, we have 12 features, and we have 4 features to look at each of the 3 categories of behavior characteristics. So the first 4 features, like the number of transactions per day or per block, that kind of thing, is called trading frequency features. So we're basically looking at different transaction counts, and we also kind of report the standard deviation. And the second one is the waiting time features. We want to understand, how they behave. Do they, like, for example, we say go shopping online, is somebody very active, buying things every day, or this person have it's very regular, like say 3 transactions per month, per week, or at roughly the same time, or it's just completely very random. All these IP address, it's very active, relatively speaking, but the pattern is that they have one transaction at time X, and then it takes like 3 months for you to spot another transaction. So we want to understand, so between transactions, how long they wait before they actually execute the next transaction. And the final category of features is active trading features. So we found a different time, like time lifetime ratio, that kind of stuff. So we basically have all these 12 features, but 4 and 4 in each category. And just quickly to say, when we did this research, it was back to 2022. So we didn't really the purpose is to understand how they behave, So we are literally just using some existing methods, and we actually haven't gone into, using all kinds of fancy machine learning algorithms. We literally just pick the easiest one, the k-means. And the k-means literally is an algorithm that you can fit the data into it. And the purpose is that the data points that have the similar features will cluster. So like this graph illustrates, all the red dots, blue or green dots will cluster together. So what we are here to do is we borrow the concept to define 5 different type of traders and fit into all the transaction data Bitcoin market. And then, people behave similarly, will fall into the same clusters. And how do we classify all these? We classify by these 12 behavioral features we define in 3 categories. That's the whole concept. Okay, let's move to the real example part. As I mentioned, that we were looking at the period between the beginning of 2018 to beginning of 2021, and this over 6 million addresses are used after we clean the data. And then when we deal with the data, there are some work being done. So for example, if address has less than 3 trades throughout the life, the entire sample period, or they throughout the sample period, their total active time is less than a minute, we possibly will just exclude. So basically, we did move out some of the outliers, and you can see that when we plot the QQ plot of the block arrivals of all these addresses, and it works out that our empirical data suggests every block, the time it takes 9.33 minutes. It's pretty much bang on, because in theory, every block is arriving in 10 minutes. So it's pretty accurate. And in the graph on the bottom right-hand side, that's the new trade arrival during the period. You can see that after we exclude some of the outlier addresses, we can be quite confident that our data set, is quite valid. That's got a lot of, you can see the arrival pattern is pretty frequent and fit for the purpose for the study. So we borrowed the concept in the traditional trading markets. These are very typical, trade types. We have taster traders, fundamental traders, technical traders, market makers, and high frequency traders. So these are very familiar concepts we borrowed. Then what we did is to run the k-means. What we really found out is that, empirically speaking, we look at the trading frequency features. We can clearly see that the trading frequency, for example, for the taster traders, the frequency is relatively low. But most distinctive is that the high frequency traders, well, by the name of it, those are the people trading very frequently. They definitely trade a lot. So for example, we only find 269 addresses of our entire sample, which is overall, 6 million IP address. We found that 5.2 million out of this 6 million IP addresses, the classification using k-means are very stable. So that again shows that, k-means is valid. So based on that, we found in terms of trading frequency, the high frequency traders, only about 269 IP addresses fall into that cluster, and they have roughly 13, 14 transactions per block. But all other categories like fundamental traders or technical traders only trade 1 or 2 per block. And per day, the high frequency traders is trading 560 trades and in comparison, other categories, you're talking about the 1 or 2. And market makers also is fairly frequent, behaving fairly frequently. They kind of make markets 70 times a day. But you can clearly see the difference between the class 4, which is market maker, and class 5, which is high frequency trader. When we look into the waiting time features, again, it's very, very distinctive. That's fundamental traders and they technical traders. The average waiting time is like days, but if you look at the market maker and high frequency trader, they literally wait for minutes. So, for example, there's 269 high frequency traders, and they on average they take 0.11 days. That's roughly about 20 minutes, something like that, to take, before they actually go on to make trade. That makes sense, right? Because we were saying on average per day, they're going to trade about 560, transactions. But in comparison, if you look at technical traders, they take about 5 days. Every 5 days, they have a trade. Or if you look at fundamental traders, they take roughly about 22 to 23 days to trade. And that also makes sense to match their definition. So, for example, for a fundamental trader, they don't trade unless they see the fundamental movement, the price go up and down. And they possibly buy low, sell high. Unless they identify those fundamental patterns, they will not execute the transaction. So the final features is to look at active trading features. Again, we notice that every category, every type of traders behave very differently, and the technical traders are also very active. And 88% of the life they're active. And the interesting thing is the high frequency trader actually are not always active throughout the life. Only 31% of the time they are active, in comparison to, say, 72% active life of the market makers. And that clearly indicates to us that, like typical high frequency trader, they either take a speed advantage or information advantage. Put in very simple words, they don't always trade in the sense of the life activeness. But if they trade a lot, they trade fast. And if they sense the information advantage or they sense speed advantage, they just go at it straight away. But market makers, in contrast, although they are also very frequent, but their purpose is to make their profits through market making rather than through trading itself directly. So you can see that they're much more active throughout this process. Letting alone the technical traders are always looking for signals throughout their life, etc. So basically, if we look at the category 2, 3, 4, 5, that is technical trader, fundamental trader, market maker, and high frequency traders, they are all the active traders comparing to the taste traders. Their active time all higher than, say, taste traders. Taste traders tend to only be active throughout life 20% of the time. And that could be normal people like you and me. We get in, we try it. Sometimes it goes well, we continue, but then we lose interest, that kind of thing. The behavior is very, very random. And then I have a few slides to showcase the histogram or of different types of traders. If you have time, you can go through to look at this in detail. So, for example, this one is fundamental traders. You can see that the histograms of the features of each category, are very, very different. So, for example, we plotted the histogram of active days percentage or waiting time, etc. Just to flip through all this very quickly, you can just say each type of traders behave very, very differently. the statistical features are very, very different. Finally, we just give a couple of case, examples. So this one is this particular address. You actually can go to the blockchain.com to search this address. You will be able to trace all the transactions that took place since this address appeared in the space. You can clearly see that the total balance of the account in terms of Bitcoin is looking like this, and the daily transaction volume is looking like this in the middle graph, and the bottom is showing you the number of transactions. This is one of the typical fundamental traders. You see, they don't trade until they identify signals. So you can see that the where these spikes, where this the plot shows some kind of plot, some patterns, is where they identify the signals. But if you look at the technical traders plot, they are very, very different from fundamental traders. They don't look at fundamentals, they look for signals, and their patterns look very different in terms of the trade balance, daily transaction volume, and the number of transactions. And the market makers, again, look very different. And finally, high frequency traders, it has very distinctive features of this clustering of trades, etc. So finally, what I want to show you is that topology, the overall typology of this. So overall, we found that the high frequency traders, we call them Bitcoin sharks. They only count 0.0005% of the entire population, but they have 21% active lifetime, or throughout the life, and then they trade quite a lot a day, and their waiting time is fairly short, and they are sharp, they're aggressive, they're really speculators. The market makers tend to be make their profits through making the market. They're more active throughout life, and they trade again frequent, so they're more of intraday traders. We think they are liquidity takers. Technical traders are very sneaky, and that's why we put we call them a fly fox, and they are again very small portions throughout the whole population, and they are looking for signals to trade. The fundamental traders, we call them are hard-working donkeys. They really are diligently looking, for the fundamental price movement, and they're very rational traders. And finally, taste traders, we call them, they're relaxing sheep. So they literally trying to come out and to smell the grass, to smell the rose. But overall, you can see that we have 5 different types of traders, and the population of them is really like the pyramids. At the very top, you have tiny bits of the traders, and responsible for taking up the entire market liquidity, and they're very aggressive. They are very speculative. But on the bottom part, you have the taste traders provide a little bit of liquidity. Fundamental traders provide lots of liquidity to be, for the liquidity to be taken by some of the sneaky traders on the top. So that's pretty much all my talk, and we personally find to understand who are in the market are incredibly useful for regulators to, for example, to identify issues like spoofing, and also the regulators could see who are actually providing liquidity, who are actually consuming liquidity, and roughly who are the ones speculating the market, spoofing the market, and that could potentially cause the market liquidity dry up. I think those points are all very important and useful for both regulators and investors. Thank you very much for listening. If you have further questions, please do reach out and get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. That is an excellent demonstration of the value of machine learning's ability to effectively segment a group of clients using their behavior to do so. Next up on the agenda is Richard Chataway. He is the author of the book, The Behavior Business, and is the Director of Behavioural Science at Concentrix Catalyst, a part of Concentrix, a Fortune 500 company. He focuses on building change behavioural systems. Richard is going to be talking about the challenges or opportunities of combining humans and AI in the behavioural science context. He argues that businesses need to firstly deeply understand human behaviour, use behavioural science to design better experiences, and apply AI where it enhances, not replaces, the human connection. Over to you, Richard.
Thanks, Evan, and lovely to be here today speaking to you all. My name is Richard Chataway. I'll give you a bit more of my background in a moment, an introduction. But today I'm going to be talking to you about what I call the behaviour business, in particular, creating finance experiences that work for humans as well as for AI. And to give you that introduction to myself, I'm Global Director of Behavioural Science at Concentrix. I'll talk more about Concentrix in a moment and what we do. But as you can see on screen now, I wrote a book that came out in 2020 called The Behaviour Business, all about applying behavioural science for business success. And it covers lots of topic areas in which behavioural science can be applied, everything from building digital products and services to customer insights, customer experience, marketing, and recruitment, assessment, and performance management. But there was actually a large section in my book that talks about AI. And bearing in mind that this came out 5 years ago in 2020, at the time, a few people did ask questions about why I included that and whether it was particularly relevant to business at that point. And I guess it's, somewhat gratifying to see that, that in the last 5 years, we've seen increasing use of AI-based tools. And so that part of the book is increased in relevance, but also that we have those tools have moved on significantly, but actually the core fundamentals of how they influence human behavior haven't changed. The opening line of my book is, if you're in business, you're in the business of behavior. And what I mean by that is that in order to achieve impact within business, we typically need people who currently do X to do Y, or to stop doing X, or do more of X, which are all behavior changes. There is either behaviors of your customers or your employees. And because behavioral science gives us the framework and the understanding of how and why people do what they do, that has relevance to all of these challenges that businesses face. And so that's what I want to talk a bit more about with you today. And in terms of my background, experience and knowledge around behavioural science, I guess I've been working in applied behavioural science for about 20 years or so, though that wasn't necessarily what I knew I was doing at the time when I started working in the field. About 20 years ago, I started working for the Department of Health here in the UK, creating and managing behaviour change campaigns around encouraging people to quit smoking. And those were, at the start, were majority scary ads with things like diseased lungs and really graphic imagery designed to scare people away from the dangers and risks of cigarette smoking. But actually, over time, we started bringing a lot of insights from social psychology, what was then also called social marketing, what we now collectively tend to know as behavioural science, which is the study and use of disciplines like social psychology, experimental psychology, behavioural economics, and so on. And that had two really, major impacts for me personally. One was that I found it fascinating and hugely insightful, and decided that was where I wanted to sort of focus my career from then on. But the second thing was it was transformative for the work that we were doing at the Department of Health. We achieved the government's targets around smoking rates and numbers of people quitting smoking successfully a year early, and it completely changed the nature of the work that we were doing. And over time, I then went to work for a central government in the UK and led communication strategy for government in Australia, working with the federal government there as well as the government of New South Wales, and bringing a lot of this best practice and understanding around behaviour change and behavioural science to influence behaviour of citizens successfully, in not just in public health, but areas like taxation, recruitment for the armed forces, climate change, etc. But I came to the realization that actually this is very underused in the private sector, and there's huge opportunities within that. And so I led a behavioural science practice at Ogilvy, working with Rory Sutherland, who many of you will know, who's a real champion and advocate of behavioural science and its applications, particularly in advertising and marketing. And Rory wrote the foreword to my book, and then set up my own business called CSG, specializing in applications to customer experience, customer communications. And that led me to come and work at Concentrix and build our behavior change capabilities within the business. And I've been here for about 3 years. And I'm going to talk a bit more about some of the work we do at Concentrix today. But to give you an idea, just a little bit of brief background to Concentrix and who we are. As you can see here, we have over 2,000 clients globally. We work in over 70 countries. And so we have a truly global scale, but we like to have a very local touch in terms of working closely with local clients to make sure it's tailored to their culture and their market, but benefiting from global innovation investment. And what we are is an intelligent transformation partner. So, as it says here, we are solution focused, tech powered, and intelligence fueled. And really that's the part that I want to focus on today, an intelligence fuel part of it, and particularly how we use that understanding of human behavior of your customers to deliver better outcomes. And you'll see we work across many verticals globally, including banking, financial services, and insurance, and have a lot of experience there. So what is the relevance of behavioral science in terms of thinking about those customer experiences and how we deliver those better experiences? So, human behavior or behavioral science is all about understanding how people make decisions and how they make choices in the real world. And so the choices that those customers make are more important than ever. And if you think about in terms of how customers choose to engage with you and your products and services, that could be about which service providers they use. It could be about whether they use a self-service solution or they call your contact center. It could be about how and if they complete a purchase journey. And it could be about if they're making contact to clarify information, or they just want to understand the features, risks, and conditions of a particular product or service. These are all choices that they're making. They're all behaviors, and therefore behavioral science can add value in terms of how we address each of those. And if we can influence those choices in ways that benefit those customers, but also benefit the organization and the clients we work for, that will increase the impact on the company's bottom line. So how can we better influence those decisions? And that is where behavioral science comes into its own. And one of the things, that we've learned from behavioral science, and I like to say, we've learned more about human behavior in the last 50 years than we have in the previous 5,000 years. It's that most decisions that we make on a daily basis, whether it's customers or employees, are largely subconscious and instinctive. And those include decisions that we make about our finances. So if we're making decisions about our families and our homes, about the products and services that we buy, and how we invest, spend, and save our money, they are very strongly influenced by uniquely human traits like liking, trust, fear, laziness, and peer pressure. And, those are just colloquial terms for what in the behavioral science world we categorize as behavioral biases or heuristics, mental rules of thumb that we use to make decisions. But they're hugely powerful, hugely influential, and often underestimated in their impact. And I'm not going to talk too much about the science behind this. This is a conference about behavioral finance, and many of you will be familiar with some of the key concepts. And if you've read, books like Thinking Fast and Slow or Nudge, you'll be familiar with the fundamentals. But I guess one thing I wanted to talk about was in terms of, how we often categorize that distinction between system 1 and system 2 behavior, and the analogy that Thaler and Sunstein draw in their book Nudge about Homer versus Spock. And what's really critical about that distinction and that understanding, controversial as it can be, because, most decisions don't tend to be as binary as that in terms of that system 1 and system 2 distinction, is that what behavioral science tells us is how you say something is as important as what you are saying. And what that means is just giving people information, just saying do this or don't do that is often not enough to change our habits. And we have these, Homer-like behaviors that we are prone to. We often behave in instinctive, often irrational, non-systematic ways in our behavior. In contrast to, what in Thaler and Sunstein categorizes as our Spock-like behaviors, the system 1 and system 2 distinction. So system 1 behaviors being more automatic, uncontrolled, effortless, emotional, non-conscious, and fast, versus system 2 being more reflective, controlled, effortful, deductive, self-aware, and slow. And in a financial context, you might think of system 1 decisions as being, sometimes, if we're making low value, low risk decisions, we might go on gut feel. We have a good feeling about a particular investment, for example, that is going to gain value. Whereas a system 2 decision might be about pension providers and provisions. We might sit down and go through all the different options in detail between the two. As I say, it's often not as binary distinction. But what we do know is that we underestimate how often people are in that system 1 mode and behaving in those home-alike ways. But the other thing that's really important that I'll come on to talk about today is that when we think about how we use automated tools, how we use chatbots, how we use generative AI, they can only operate in system 2 mode. Daniel Kahneman had a great quote that he used to use around this, which is the difference between a human and an algorithm is that if you feed the same data to an algorithm twice, you'll get the same answer. This is not true of humans. And so when we think about algorithmic-based tools, which any kind of AI is, it's fueled by algorithms, and algorithms are simply rules, is that they will consistently apply those rules, and they will be governed by those. And those rules, the outputs are only as good as those rules are, and whether those rules have taken into account the biases that influence human behavior, because our customers, for the time being at least, remain humans. And so we need to be cognizant of those biases to influence behavior. So what I want to talk about now for the next few minutes is some of the ways in which we can influence behavior with that recognition of some of their biases in a finance context. And then come on to talk about the implications for how we then start using these kind of automated tools and generative AI. So at Concentrix, there's a framework that we have we call Cognition, which is one that I developed in my business CSG some years ago. And we've applied in well over 100 client engagements now using what we call a Cognition audit to drive customer success and success in customer engagement. And, there's an old saying, which is that, all frameworks are wrong, but some of them are useful. And, in terms of our framework, we find it particularly useful in this context because not only does it synthesize some of the over 200 different behavioral biases and heuristics that have influenced customer behavior, but also it brings into play a lot of principles from communications planning and the most effective ways in which we can engage and communicate with customers. And that's, with my background working in communications and marketing for a number of years. And we have these 9 cogs, as we call them, which those of you familiar with behavioral science will recognize some of the concepts here, like social norms, commitment bias, etc., that are reflected in these cogs. But also, they are very, very useful as kind of touchstones and reference points when we're conducting training with customer-facing staff. And a really critical aspect of what we do is it's really critical that when people are using behavioral nudges or interventions to engage with customers, we don't just give them a script and say this. It's really important they understand the why as well as the how. So our team are very skilled in training in these techniques and tools with customer-facing staff. We've trained thousands of staff now, not only in the Concentrix business, but also in client businesses with using these techniques. And I'm going to share a couple of examples of how that can be used now and how we can make those human-to-human interactions more effective using applied behavioral science. So this first example, which was from work we did with a bank here in the UK, and this bank wanted to encourage people to make better use of their self-service tools, particularly their customer website. They created this customer website. There were some issues with the website around its usability, which we also addressed through a separate project to make it more usable and more user-friendly. But also a lot of customers were persistently calling their contact center with queries that could be or objectives and jobs to be done that could be much more effectively done through the website and more quickly and more effectively for them as a customer. But also, obviously, that meant that there were in demands on their contact center, which led to long wait times and meant that those who had specific needs that could only be addressed at the contact center were often not getting those addressed as effectively as possible. And when we did our Cognition audit with this contact center and we listened to calls and we went through the scripting and language that was being used, we found that a lot of calls were being closed with a statement a bit like this: if you have any more problems, you can call us anytime. We're here 24/7. Now, the issue with this as a statement is it's priming the behavior for the next time the customer needs to contact them to call in the first instance, which obviously wasn't necessarily the right thing to do for them or for the bank. So we created new scripts and training, and part of that was to encourage them to close the call by using a phrasing a bit like this: you can find the answers to most problems on our website, and you can always call us back if you need to. We're here 24/7. Now, this framing is much more effective because what it's doing is it's categorizing the default behavior and framing the default behavior for a customer to go to the website first. And if you can't get what you need from the website, then call us back. It's really important to say the contact center and the phone line is there if people need it, because there are some circumstances where people will need it, and some people are unable to use the website for whatever reason. But rather than just remove that as an option for customers, that would be lead to a lot of detraction, customers to detract and have negative experiences of the brand. But the framing of it as the default option, leveraging this default call, as we call it, proved to be much more effective. Another thing that we did with the contact center was we found that quite often, during the conversation, a contact center advisor would prompt the customer to say, "Oh, did you know you can do this through the website, or are you aware you can do this particular task online?" And this was a bank which had quite an old customer base. There were a lot of customers who maybe weren't digitally native, weren't as comfortable transacting online, may have had concerns about security, for example. And so, quite often they would say no, either I wasn't aware or they weren't willing to do it. And the thing was that quite often agents would just take a straight no as an answer and then move on, and not even attempt then to nudge them into the digital channel. So what we did was, again, we trained and coached them and created new scripting to say something like, for example, if you're not comfortable using website, I'm more than happy to show you how easy it is. And then what they could then do was walk through the process, the relevant process on the website with the customer on the phone to show them and demonstrate for them that they could do this online and to build their confidence capability in achieving that outcome. And this was, this in combination with the nudge I just described and the many other nudges we introduced for this bank, actually overall achieved a 14% reduction in future calls. We were able to look at the calls where these nudges were used and then track the customer's use of the contact channels subsequently. And we found over the next 90 days, 14% of them went to the website rather than what they're calling as they would have done previously. So it achieved a really significant impact. Bear in mind, this is a bank with 20 million plus customers in the UK. And this is an example of what we call our ability curve in our framework. We provided tools to increase the ability of the user, increase the belief of the user in their ability to change and their likelihood to do so. In behavioural science, we would often talk about this in terms of self-efficacy. If I feel confident in achieving an outcome, I'm more likely to try and do it. So this is just a couple of examples of how in these interactions we can use behavioural science more effectively to change behaviour and achieve positive win-win outcomes both for customers and for organisations. And so, we've got a great database and evidence base of work that we've done that creates solutions that work for humans. And where we can use these nudge techniques, if you want to call them that, to achieve really positive business effects. So, we worked with a credit card company. They found that they were very successful at driving people through to their website, but actually there was a very high bounce rate and people wouldn't then go through to make an application for a credit card. What we did was we did a cognition audit of the site. We recommended removing a lot of frankly extraneous information that people saw before they saw the apply online button. We changed the color and the wording of that apply online button, and it increased click-through by 54%, which we tested through an A/B test of the old website versus the new website. We also were able to reduce handling time, or AHT, for another financial services organization and what was interesting about this was that we knew if we went to the advisors in the contact center and said, we need you to be making your call shorter, that would drive a lot of bad behavior, frankly, because it would encourage people to speak too quickly or to drop difficult calls. And there was an issue around handling the amount of demand on the contact center because calls were taking longer than they needed to. But also there was a lot of failure demand. That was customers were having to repeatedly call about the same issue, the contact center, which is bad for the customer, but also bad for the business and their productivity. So what we did was we created new scripts and structures, which was designed to ensure that they could achieve a positive outcome, but more efficiently and more quickly. And then we coached and trained that into the agents and contact center. And that reduced average handling time by 11%, again, for a very large bank. So that a very, very significant business saving for them in the millions of pounds. But also, interestingly, customer satisfaction improved as a result of it, because no one likes spending more time on the phone to the bank than they absolutely have to. Next example, again, this is the channel shift example that I've just talked to. One other interesting aspect of that was and how we achieved this 14% channel shift from telephone to online and use of their digital products and services was that we had to change the behavior of the advisors as well, because they were often reluctant to recommend the website to customers. And that was an example of what we would call survivorship bias. Basically, they only heard calls from people who'd gone to the website and said, "Oh, I didn't get what I needed from the website today, so I'm calling you instead." And that wasn't representative of most customers. 93% of customers would actually go to the website, achieve what they wanted, and then just be able to get on with the rest of the day. So they'd never call the contact center. Now, but obviously the advisors had never heard from those customers, so they were biased because of the data they did have, which was from customers who had a bad experience with the website. So part of the training we did was to demonstrate that, to use survivorship bias as an example and say to them, actually, the website works great for most people, so you should feel comfortable and confident in recommending it to customers to use. And as I say, overall, that led to a 14% channel shift. And then the last example I want to talk to here is about retention. So this was working with a roadside breakdown cover provider. They had a subscription annual, renewal model and they were struggling to retain customers. There was about 20% of customers were at risk of lapsing every year. And what we discovered through our clinician audit was that customers were receiving a renewal quote every year. That was typically more than they were paying that current year. What they would do is they would then go online, look at a few different other providers, see that it gets some competitive quotes, then call the contact center and say, "Look, you give me this renewal quote. I've got a better quote online from another provider. What can you do for me?" And it was encouraging a kind of haggling situation between the agents and the customer until they provide a level of discounting that the customer was happy to pay that amount. But also that was obviously reducing margin for the provider as well. And, they got such into this, into this mindset around how the annual renewal process would work, that the opening line they were using when customers call in was say, "Thank you for calling today. Are you looking for a better deal on your breakdown cover?" Now, who's going to say no to that as a question? And it's obviously framing it exactly in that kind of deals mindset. And what we did with the scripts was we removed that part of the scripting and made it more neutral framing, but also we structured it to be more about meeting the customer needs rather than providing with the deal. And that led to three things. One was that their retention rate improved by 10%. The second was that, which we assessed through a pilot, the second thing was that customers would generally accept a slightly higher offer in terms of the price they're willing to pay, because if they felt it was better to meet their needs, so margin was increased for the business. And the third thing which was an unexpected benefit, if I'm honest, was that the absentee rates from the contact center were reduced very significantly, and that was because the agents were having better, more productive, more pleasant conversations with customers, which was less stressful for them, would led to fewer of them calling in sick or having other issues, and generally, made it a better place to work. So this was all positive benefits in addition to the pure bottom line benefit of a 10% increase in retention. So this goes to show that there's really powerful effects and benefits that we can deliver through applied behavioral science in human-to-human interactions and those contexts. What I want to talk about for the rest of this session is about, now we're moving to a world where increasingly those interactions will be automated or making use of Gen AI-based tools. What does that mean? And how can we make sure that we're not losing that human element and losing that understanding of human behavior in how we apply and use this technology so we can do it more effectively? Because as I say, whatever else may change in terms of technology, your customers remain humans with all the irrationalities and biases that means, the implications of that. So, first thing to mention, this is something that I talked about in my book. We're already interacting with AI quite extensively on a daily basis, but most of that is not generative AI. The Australian academic Joshua Cantons coined a great term of prediction machines. This is where we're trying to use algorithms to change behavior and predict behavior. So a classic example that you'll be familiar with is the recommendation engine on Netflix. So the version of Netflix that I see versus the version that every one of you see will be different because it is tailored, and the recommendations and the program it thinks that I will like, the shows and movies it thinks I will like, will be tailored to me and my preferences. And they have a complex algorithm that creates these taste groups to do that. And it's based on individual user behavior, but also the behavior of all users of Netflix, or users of a particular type of Netflix. Now, the thing about this is, one, it works really well. So 75% of all the content watched on Netflix is driven by these recommendation engines. In the same way, the recommendation engine on Amazon is responsible for about 25% of all the purchases. So other items that people have bought, once you buy something on Amazon, it says, would you consider buying these other things, or other people have bought these things? That drives 25% of all purchases there. And those are relatively simple, low consequence choices. If I start watching a show I don't like on Netflix, I can stop watching and watch something else. And it's providing value to me. It's solving the paradox of choice problem, which is there are thousands of things to watch, available to watch. And if there are too many, it's overwhelming, and I'll switch off the TV and do something else instead. But it's not generative AI. It's a simple algorithm that is predicting future behavior. And we now live in a world, we've got a new chapter in automation, but as I say, humans remain human. So we're now combining these capabilities of artificial intelligence in terms of analysis of data, recognizing patterns, making predictions, with RPA, robot process automation, where we're automating repetitive and rule-based tasks, and it allows us to create bots with generative AI. And this is where we can now create content like images, text, and music based on patterns and examples it's learned. And every week we're seeing new examples of phenomenal content that's being created through these tools that is mind-blowing and often indistinguishable from what we might have been able to create through human endeavor in the past. And this includes large language models like ChatGPT. But the thing is, what's common across all of these, whether it's what you might call narrow AI or generative AI, is that all forms of this automation rely on the quality of the data that it's learning from, the inputs they receive, so in the context of an LLM, the prompts that you're using, and the governance of the execution. As I say, how you say something is important as what you're saying. So what do the outputs look like that we then use? And behavioural science is critical in understanding all of this. So I'm going to touch on the data quality and governance problems in a bit more detail. And you may be familiar with a phrase that's used in the technology world a lot, which is garbage in, garbage out. What that means is that all data that humans touch contains bias and contains the human biases that we are all prone to and that we use to navigate the world and lead us to make often irrational and sometimes suboptimal decisions. And so, when tools are being built, learning from this data, all you're doing is automating, magnifying those biases in a lot of contexts. So, some of these examples are pretty scary. So one example is with driverless cars. One of the reasons why we've not seen proliferation and mass adoption and usage of driverless cars so far is that the training data they've been used is heavily biased, to the extent whereby studies have shown that you are more likely to be run over by a driverless car if you are non-white or a child, because the training data, which is largely from the streets of Northern California, is heavily biased towards white adults. And so, that is a very negative outcome from the use of these tools, and something that needs to be, the training data needs to be adapted in order to make sure those biases are trained out of the system. In a a less serious way, but one that can have significant business reputational damage. We've seen a number of businesses who've attempted to create chatbots using unring-fenced data or versions of white-labeled versions of ChatGPT, for example. And in this example from the delivery company DBT in the UK, what they quickly found, or what users quickly found, was that they could encourage it to swear in their responses to them and write haikus about how useless DPD are. Now, obviously, that's a terrible outcome for them from a reputation and PR perspective, and it was covered in all the major news outlets. But it was also because, they hadn't thought about the data that was being used and the inputs that were being used to train this bot, and users were quickly able to exploit that. So that's the data quality side of things. What about the governance side? So what about the outputs and how we as human users, as customers, respond to the outputs of any of these AI-based tools? And one thing that I think has moved on a lot since my book was written, for example, I say that the conclusions of my book around AI and how we use it and the challenges in terms of data quality and governance are the same, but the use cases and the evidence base we have has increased significantly over the last 5 years because we've had these new tools like LLMs available to us. But the nature of a human-to-human interaction is intrinsically different to a human-to-bot interaction. So, to give you an example, if this talk that I'm delivering to you today were being delivered by a bot, or even an avatar version of me, rather than me sitting here recording this now, you would respond to it differently, even if the content were word for the word the same, because the biases that govern our human-to-human interactions are different to the biases that govern our human-to-AI interactions or human-to-bot interactions. And one impact that's hugely significant for the world of finance is that we are more likely to lie and be fraudulent when we are interacting with an automated or AI-based tool than if we're interacting with a human. And there are several studies that have demonstrated this, and this is one of the clearest ones. So this was a study conducted in China where they asked, in the first scenario, participants in the study had to predict a number between 1 and 10. And they had to predict a number that was being chosen either by a human or an AI. And they were told whether it was a human or an AI was choosing it. And so you predict your number, then they revealed what the number that had been chosen was, and then you said how accurate your guess was. So critically, there was the opportunity to lie about the accuracy of your guess. Now, the answer was always 8. But, the sample was big enough that statistically, the average guess by people who responded should have been about 5 because it's totally random. There's no other information that would inform your guesswork here. And what they found was that when they were told the answer was 8, people thought they were guessing what a human had selected. On average, they said it was about 6, so people lied a little bit. And then when they thought they were guessing against a bot, they lied a bit more. They said 6.9 was the average accuracy of the guess, or the average guess, sorry. So, intrinsically, people were more likely to lie a bit more if they thought they were interacting with a bot. What's interesting is that when you start putting some financial gain into the scenario, the numbers change quite significantly. So, in this case, they created another scenario where there was effectively the opportunity for financial gain through committing some relatively low-level fraud. So the scenario was that you bought some clothing items online, you wanted to return them because they didn't fit or you didn't like them, but the only way to regain your shipping fee for those items, which was relatively low value, was to lie about and say there was a fault with the items. And again, same scenario, you either interacted with a human agent or a bot, and when people were interacting with a human, in 12% of circumstances, they lied to avoid that shipping fee. So they lied, just over 1 in 10 people would lie to get their shipping fee back. When they were interacting with a bot, 62% of people lied to avoid that shipping fee. So 50% more of people committed a low-level fraud because they felt that they could get away with it when interacting with a bot. So this is hugely important, particularly in the financial world, where the risks of fraud are significant. And so, as I say, the last 5 years, we've now moved to a scenario where we've got a lot more evidence base around how behavioral science can help us determine when the best solution is a human or a bot in these interactions. And there's been great work done by Elijah Thomas McKinley, Stefano Prantoni, and colleagues from the Wharton Business School about what the existing research shows us and when it's more effective to use a human or an AI. And we're potentially partnering with them to conduct some of our own research to look at some of these impacts in future. But I wanted to share with you just as a final few remarks around those use cases and what the evidence base is showing us as we currently stand. And the reality is that the overall summary is that the science says AI should assist and not replace human agents. And it should be that combination of the two, because they both do different things and they both do them in some cases the AI is better at doing certain things, in some cases the human is better at doing certain things. And so it's in combination that we can achieve the most positive impacts on customer experience. So some examples. Relatively simple problems, AI is often better at doing that because it can do it more quickly and more effectively. Or a bot can do it more quickly, more effectively. When we have complex, nuanced problems, humans are still much better at that. And part of the reason for that is that people perceive human agents as warmer and more competent for complex issues because we're expected to feel and show empathy. We don't have that expectation of chatbots. They're very efficient for simple tasks, but they lack the emotional intelligence required for scenarios involving emotional interactions. So people will trust them better for routine tasks, but as soon as there's any degree of complexity, humans are better able to meet those needs. If you're handling a rejection or giving an unfavorable offer to a customer, say a price increase, for example, bots are often better for those for similar kind of reasons. Whereas if we're giving favorable decisions or generous offers, people prefer to get those from humans. We tend to think favorable decisions are thanks to our own merits. In the example of what in behavioral science we call the fundamental attribution error. So if we get a favorable decision, we're being offered a benefit or something for free, we think it's because we're great, basically. But when something happens negatively, we tend to think it's for external reasons out of our control. So we get rejected for a job. We go, they already knew who they wanted to hire, or it was nothing to do with our own capability and competency. And because humans are seen as more likely to recognize our own individual merits, while AI and algorithms are seen as relying on standardized criteria that have nothing to do with their individual merits, that's why they're better at handling the negative information, the bad news, if you like, rather than humans. When we think about privacy and objectivity, interestingly, when we need to gather sensitive information from customers, AI bots tend to be better for that. Whereas, as we've seen in the example I've just shared, when there's fraud risks, then it's better to go through a human. We perceive AI as neutral and non-judgmental because they're not human. So if privacy and objectivity are important, then often they will be more effective. But if we require empathy or complex social understanding, that's better handled by humans because, again, AI lacks that emotional depth and contextual awareness. So one example of this is that one study found that people disclosed 11.5% more sensitive information to an AI agent than they did to a human doctor. Just because they were dealing with a human, even though it was a doctor who was, expert in the particular needs, the medical needs in that scenario, they were more comfortable if it was sensitive or embarrassing, disclosing it to a neutral bot. And then the final one, this won't be so surprising, I think, potentially to you, but, optimizing repetitive or high-level tasks, better done by a bot, could do it more effectively, more efficiently, at a greater scale. But when trust and emotions are more critical in that interaction, like, for example, sales context or, investment advice, then that's still much better coming from a human. Because of that lack of emotional capacity and moral judgment from AI, it reduces guilt, and our guilt prevents unethical interactions. So human-like AI can counteract that by building stronger emotional connections and encouraging more ethical behavior. We've seen this in the context of fraud. But, for example, if you use an overly cute avatar, so something like big eyes and cartoon-like for a bot, in a trust scenario, so if you're giving financial advice, for example, that just translates to a reduction in the perception of competence. And that's really obviously important when we're giving financial advice. Customers, for example, in one study were 24% more willing to follow the advice of a virtual sales assistant if they used an avatar that was not cute and relatively neutral versus one that was cute. So to build trust, if you're going to be using an automated system, you need to highlight the competency and reliability of the assistance. For example, highlighting that it's using verified expert data. And people are more likely to trust those virtual sales assistants if it signals professionalism and relatability by being friendly, reassuring, and clear, and not being overly cute, as I mentioned. So, it's that combination of human and AI, what is often collectively known as agentic AI, that really offers the best solutions for us. And, it's a bit of a buzzword these days, but when we talk about agentic AI, to my mind, that's really all we're talking about, is about the two things working in partnership to deliver the best solutions. How we apply that, and just a few use cases in Concentrix very briefly. I'm not going to talk through in detail. And is about being, human-centered and tech-powered, as I say. So at Concentrix, we have tools like GenAI content readiness. This is making sure that the content that a GenAI tool, like a large language model, is learning from, the content has been created in a way where it is easily read, giving the right answers, and not contradictory or lean to hallucinatory outcomes. And we have a team that specialize in doing this and have improved accuracy, readability of the outputs as well as the inputs at scale. We have IX Hero, which is effectively an agent assistant for customer-facing staff, and that enhances customer engagement with these virtual assistants that can provide 24/7 support, resolve queries, and personalize the experiences for the agents. We have IX Hello, which is basically a large language model, but is trained specifically on the data we want it to be trained on, the ring-fence data that's specific and unique to the brand, so that it's not pulling stuff from the wider internet, which will often be inaccurate and can lead to negative outcomes, like the DPD example that I shared a minute ago. And we have Polyglot, which is a real-time translation tool. What the particular value of this is, it ensures that the language that the agent is using and the language it's using to interact with the customer are the most effective ones to lead to the best outcome. And there aren't, if they're operating in a second language, that the next best actions they need to take, for example, are explained as clearly and as simply as possible in a language that they best understand. So those are just 4 examples. There are many more that are being built within the business at the moment. In terms of how to apply, these agentic AI solutions, one of the things that we're working on, and this is an example specifically for banking, financial services, and insurance, is creating these kind of future state models which show where the use cases are for advisors, AI, or a combination of the two. And as you can see for this one, for financial service, banking, financial services, and insurance, this value map shows different functional domains or customer journeys for different areas, like fraud detection. You can see there marketing campaign development, customer onboarding, and what it identifies is the particular points and the crossover points between them, a bit like a tube map, as you can see, where we can use these agentic AI tools most effectively. So you'll see that advisor and AI is pretty much the solution across the board. But there are some examples where, for example, with identity verification, it applies across many functional domains. And so you could have the same advisor supported by an agentic AI working across all of these different journeys in terms of claim processing, customer onboarding, payment and fund transfers. The identity verification tool could apply and be used across all of those different scenarios, but with a agentic AI offering a better solution for the customer, but also for the organization as well. And these value maps are hugely valuable in helping us identify what tools to use and where. I'd love to talk to you more about them if you're interested. So to conclude, the overall summary, I guess, of all of the research that I've done, both in informing my book and the work that we've done at Concentrix, and what we found from all those client engagements we work on is behavioral science is best used to augment generative AI. It's not, we often talk about with any form of technology, people think of it in terms of what it does that humans currently do and how we can replace the humans in our business with these tools. That's not the way to look at it. It's about creating solutions that work for the human customers that we have, as well as for the robots, and combining the two. So, as I've demonstrated, hopefully today, the behavior business, when I talk about that and what I talk about in my book is, influencing behavior is critical to any form of business success. So understanding the key tenets of behavioral science is fundamental to that, and is critical to creating great experiences. And as we've seen, the techniques can be relatively simple to apply. You need experts to do it, but they are simply applied, and we don't find too many barriers to doing that, but they can be incredibly powerful in the impacts they can achieve. And when we're moving into a world where we're increasingly making use of generative AI, it's creating technological problems we need to solve, but it's also creating new human problems. We know about accuracy, truthfulness, and hallucinations. Every time you've used ChatGPT, you probably had some experience of this and seen it. But it's also magnifying the behavioral biases that influence our behavior. And fundamentally, we have less trust in AI. These tools can perform certain low risk transactions for us, but when we get into the more high risk domains, we trust them less, and that can lead to increases in fraudulent behavior and negative outcomes for organizations. But your customers remain human, so it's that understanding that's critical to understanding how we can best apply them. And the best way to apply them is about helping, but not replacing humans. So to successfully harness Gen AI, you need to recognize the use cases where it's not appropriate. Those transactions where creativity and empathy are more critical, where trust is really fundamental. We need to identify the biases in the existing data. Are you training your tools in the right way? Are they reflecting and adapting based on these biases? And it's about enhancing and augmenting the humans in the business, not replacing them. As I say, humans and AI working together, agentic AI in other terms, is really where we can achieve those win-wins. So thank you very much for listening today. Hopefully you've been answering questions in the Q&A as we've been going, or asking questions in the Q&A that I've been able to answer as we go along. If you're interested in learning more, here's a bit more information about Concentrix. Please do get in touch. But also, there's a white paper I wrote last year about Gen AI and behavioral science, which talks in a bit more detail about some of these challenges. The QR code on screen will allow you to download that. And I'd love to hear from you. If you want to get in touch, please do feel free to reach out. My details are there. And thank you, and look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Thanks, Richard. I particularly liked your nuanced assessment of where and how generative AI can help advisors build on their human connections. We will now take another short 5-minute break. As before, if you'd like, please stay online and view some more short videos showcasing projects Momentum Investments has been involved in.
Investing can be a tricky game. Markets are always changing, and choosing one thing to focus on is difficult. With exciting-looking investments popping up everywhere, and everyone from our dentist to our cousin giving us advice, it's hard to figure out what to pay attention to. It's easier to look at what's happened before and hope that it will happen again. Unfortunately for us, that's not how the world works. By the time we take action, it's too late. We keep our attention on that thing, but it doesn't happen again. The reason is simple. Past performance isn't an indicator of future success. When you're looking back at what's happened, you're always playing catch-up and always missing. It's time to level up your investment game. At Momentum, we play a different game. We select investments for you so that you can focus on what's going to get you where you want to be. We're exposed to 18 million bits of information every second, but we can only process a tiny bit of it, like a single grain of sand on the beach. To prevent overheating, our brains focus on what we already believe, even if our beliefs aren't entirely true. Say we once chose an investment that beat out all the other funds. We believe that we're financial geniuses, but that ignores other things that made that investment profitable. When we try to repeat our past success, we usually fail because we're acting on beliefs that aren't true. It's been proven in the financial world that past performance doesn't mean future success, yet it's something we cling to. Just because you hit the top score last year doesn't mean you're going to hit it again this year. So give yourself the advantage with Momentum. We make strategic choices that are based on proper analysis, not our gut instincts. Our aim is always the same: choosing investments that are most likely to meet your goals so that you can achieve what is important to you. Choice is great, right? When it comes to investing, it's a bit like that game where you rotate and stack the blocks. When you're building your portfolio, you've got funds, stocks, and styles flying at you. All you have to do is build them in the perfect combination and win the financial game. But when the options come at us quickly, making rational decisions gets tricky. How will everything fit together? How do we manage it all? We try what we did before, but that doesn't work. Our confidence goes out the window, taking our returns with it. Momentum has a solution that makes the investment game much easier. We remove the anxiety by helping you choose investments that are most likely to hit your goals. Then you relax and watch your investments grow. In the investment game, there is no instant gratification. It takes time for money to grow. We start out with the best intentions, making our monthly deposits into our investment accounts. But if we lose, even by a little, we get scared of losing more. Sometimes we get so afraid of losing that we stop playing the game altogether. We give up on saving for retirement. It's years away, and spend that money on a holiday. It'll make us feel better, but it's not smart. Our money won't grow if we don't invest it. At Momentum, we understand how emotions influence investments. That's why we do things differently. Our strategy is to help you choose the investments that are most likely to achieve your investment goals. Once we set you up for success, all you need to do is keep your eye on the ball and keep growing your score.
Welcome back, everyone. Our second to last speaker is Nuala Walsh, the founder and CEO of Mind Equity Consulting. Nuala is a non-executive director, behavioural scientist, and an adjunct professor like me, and a rugby fan, also like me. She's also the author of Tune In, How to Make Smarter Decisions in a Noisy World. She'll be speaking about how noise, or irrelevant or incorrect information, and biases can influence our decision-making for the worse, and what advisors can do to manage it. She emphasizes how practices like reflection, avoiding confirmation bias, avoiding overconfidence, active listening, and being consciously helpful with people who are stuck in their decision-making processes are vital to effective advice.
Thank you very much, Evan, and indeed, Momentum Investing. I've worked across financial services, sports, and human rights for over 3 decades. And in that time, I've seen really brilliant professionals make really poor decisions. Not because they were incompetent or irrational, but because they tuned out the voices and the signals that really mattered at precisely the time when they should have tuned in. Now, your job is a privilege. You have so much influence and power over people's lives and livelihoods. But today, your judgment is at a premium, and the odds really are stacked against great decision-making. But you can improve those odds of preventing costly client errors, improving decision outcomes and relationships by tuning in and listening a little bit differently, reinterpreting what you hear. It's not just about shaping the lives and legacies of your clients, but importantly, also shaping yours. As a behavioural scientist and the author of Tune In, today I'm going to explore how mastering, tuning in and reinterpreting what you hear can make you a significantly better financial advisor and professional. Feel free to scan this QR code, as most of the material that we cover will be found in there. I'm going to explore 10 misjudgment traps and a range of different solutions. I believe, ultimately, that the ability to listen beyond the noise will separate the great advisors from the good ones. but you face an advice problem. And it's a sizable problem. Vanguard finds that 72% of investors regret or are confused by past advice. Ernst & Young tells us that 50% of clients misunderstand their plans within 6 months, and Edelman calls it a global crisis of confidence. These aren't just stats, they're signals, and today the ability to hear what others miss has never been more valuable. Meanwhile, the industry still shields enormous risk. An estimated 9 trillion sits in tax havens. Corporates and the affluent exploit legal loopholes. Financial fraud costs the global economy over 5 trillion per year. That's more than Japan's annual GDP. Ultimately, it all boils down to hidden risk and whether you're listening for it. Despite popular opinion, the most underestimated risk is not necessarily economic, political, or climate risk. It's human decision risk, triggered by our tendency to tune out what really matters. Few count decision risk or associate misinformation sources with themselves. In fact, research suggests that only 57% of decisions are effective. It starts with you. And we hear less and we misjudge more. Who you hear is just as important as who hears you. And it's why research has found that coin toss really is at the cause and the root of all of our decisions. Research suggests that only 50% of decisions are effective. It really is a coin toss. Why? Well, one reason is, of course, because most people just don't hear what really matters. So why do clients not hear you or not necessarily always take your advice? Of course, many do, but many also tune out. Inconsistencies, inconvenience, or quite simply, what they don't wish to hear. Starts with hearing, reinterpreting clients' critical signals. When you tune out clients, what happens? You take things at face value, you default to truth, you jump to conclusions, you accept things at face value, you encode rather than decode, you rush to misjudgment. And of course, it always happens in reverse too. Clients take what you say at face value, they default to truth, they encode rather than decode. They assume the wrong thing rather than pausing to challenge, assuming fake value, decoding those messages. And far too often, bias distorts our decision-making through selective hearing. At the end of the day, we trust what we selectively hear. We hear what we want to hear, not what's actually true. Think of Elf Aquitaine. They were subject to a fraud in the 1970s, cost them 200 million. So desperate were they to hear that a drone type of equipment could sniff out oil from the ground. We hear what we expect to hear. In a Dutch experiment, people were asked to press a button as often as they heard Bing Crosby's White Christmas. Many pressed the button, but there was no Bing Crosby's White Christmas. We hear what we expect to hear. We hear what we need to hear. Think about the 31 confessions of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He confessed to so many different crimes. He had, in fact, spent 4 years in being interrogated by the CIA. Waterboarding, extensive torture. We hear what we want to hear. We hear what we expect to hear, and we hear what we need to hear. These are forms of deaf spots. We tune out what really matters, and we don't hear what we need to hear when we need to hear it. And we pay a price. Your client loses, you lose. Smart people get it really wrong. Remember how Rupert Murdoch invested 125 million into Theranos? When they collapsed, Murdoch reportedly sold back his stake for just $1, absorbing the full loss. We see this misjudgment at an individual, organisation and societal level. It affects the level of power, performance and prosperity of your clients and you. Your client isn't evaluating your models necessarily. They're evaluating whether they feel understood. And it's worse for them under conditions of uncertainty, pressure or scrutiny. And again, you have that power to make a difference. A major finding from Spectrum is, of course, that 60% of affluent investors that leave FAs who just don't get them. That's a lot. Do you advise your clients with the behavioural lens more than with a financial lens? This is all about tuning out and tuning in your clients at the right time, hearing what really matters. You can actually find out how tuned in or tuned out you are and how much decisions are at risk. Scan the code, complete the 2-minute test, and find out what kind of decision maker you really are. And you might be surprised at what you find out there. So listening isn't enough. You know this. This is about reinterpretation. A client might say to you, I want security, but they actually mean I just don't trust my future or my relatives. A client can say to you, I'm risk intolerant, but they just really fear looking foolish. Reinterpretation is a skill, and it's where your judgment comes alive. Take FTX. Sam Bankman-Fried's investors were sophisticated. Many tuned out red flags because they wanted to believe the story. They didn't choose to interpret. They overlooked deaf spots. They minimized the context. They listened without interpreting. So why does financial advice fall so short? At the end of the day, I really believe it's down to this one thing. We overweight logic, spreadsheets, and we underweight the psychologic. We seek information that supports our pre-existing beliefs and ignore all counter-evidence from the markets or from different individuals or influencers. Context matters. The answer is less situational and more psychological. And of course, it depends on you and your particular context, wherever you may be, your company, your environment, your industry, your location. It's not surprising that your judgment is so much at risk. You operate among a huge context of noise, and it's not necessarily easy. Aspects of our environment affect directly how we decide. It's a short-term world. You're distracted. We make binary decisions. We rely on instinct. It's a visual world. All of these contribute to how you make your decisions. You're encouraged to decide quickly. No client says take your time, really. There was a 10-year study of 17,000 C-suite executives, and it was found that quick decisions were deemed more important to success than good decisions. In other words, those who decided earlier, faster, and with greater conviction were 12 times more likely to become a high-performing CEO. Noise stops reflection. We think good, bad, rich, poor, fast, slow. This binary nature, this short-term nature, this distracted world is affecting how you decide and, of course, how your clients decide. So context and cognition combine. And you can see it very easily there because of how this all interacts in the type of world in which we currently live. It fuses, and it affects how you decide and how you don't. It affects how we respond to bias. The reality is that there are actually 200 different biases operating against every FA and every client. Because there are so many, I have grouped these into 10 different zones of misjudgment, where even seasoned advisors slip up. You may recognize some of these, but do you associate all of these with different situations in which you or your client are faced? Probably unlikely. I've grouped them into a word, a mnemonic called perimeters. And perimeters summarizes this tendency that we have to think in a limited and bounded manner. And we will go through each of these very briefly. But collectively, I've grouped these into 75 different biases. Each trap will bound your decisions from planning to hiring. Each trap determines the risks you advise and those you don't. The client and the investment stories you listen to, those you don't. Your level of overconfidence or underconfidence, and ultimately whether you deliver your goals for yourself, your organization, and for your clients. So, why this matters, and why this matters to you, is because by identifying these perimeters traps, you can make better decisions today by understanding the past, so your client's future is better off. So I want you to think of a client problem you have now, a big decision you need to make, And as we explore each of these 10 traps, ask yourself, am I at risk of this trap with my client? Or indeed, is my client at risk here as well? Because you need to be able to interpret both ways for yourself, but also for your clients. So let's look at the power trap. So clients listen to your voice. That's power, but it's also a trap. Power traps is about our elevation of the voice of idols or experts. Most people, as we know, conform to authority figures or the super wealthy, as opposed to the voice of intuition, expertise, or values. We conform to those in perceived authority, and we lose perspective chasing goals. If you think of Bernie Madoff, a respected industry figure, he made investors less likely to question his methods. His success created the perception of trust. It's not surprising. We follow rules, instructions from senior or uniformed co-pilots, captains. Client goal setting is another area where they're, of course, encouraged to make set goals, whether they're wealthy, entrepreneurs or athletes, but too narrow a focus on goals, on wealth transfer, on ROI, on asset management leads you to tune out important information. You're so goal-focused. Just like companies, we see the pitfalls of those who single-mindedly hunt revenue, sales or returns. So ask, are you at risk of this trap with your client? And I should say that each of these traps has 6 to 7 different biases within. Each is a chapter in the book. So you should go through each and think, if you are at risk of power hunting, you want to protect power, you want to gain power, you want to stop yourself losing power, you can't cope with having lost power. In any of these scenarios, your judgment is at risk, or your client's judgment is at risk. And that's when you need to analyse which of these 6 or 7 biases is most affecting you, and then, of course, what can you do about it? The next one is about ego-based judgment traps. We think we're invulnerable. We think we're better than others. Leaders often think this. So does the successful. Successful people tend to amplify the illusion of invincibility. You have racing car drivers. You have successful footballers taking unnecessary risks in their professional lives and in their personal lives. Sam Bankman-Fried again, his unwavering self-belief fueled innovation. Yet he closed his mind to dissent and now he's serving 28 years in prison. Financial advisors can be too overconfident. A global Accenture survey of 3,600 advisors in 30 different countries found that 96% of people rate themselves as good listeners. And like most people, we overestimate our abilities compared to others. Think back to a classic 1997 experiment where people were asked who was most likely to get into heaven, Bill Clinton, Michael Jordan, Mother Teresa, or you? Well, in this US News and World Report study, 87% of people chose themselves. So think about that. Only 79% chose Mother Teresa. Most people rated themselves higher than even Mother Teresa. So this overconfidence renders you and your clients psychologically deaf. It's not just them, of course, it's all of us. And it's most of the time. The more successful you are, the more liable you are to any of these ego-based traps, and of which there are quite a few in this space. Belief bias, overconfidence, the illusion of invulnerability, the illusion of control. It affects how we make decisions and risk-based judgment traps. And this is a fascinating area. There are quite a few in this chapter, which I think really are interesting because it's not something that we think about. Of course, we think about risk, and your job is to think about risk, but you don't think of the specific risk-based biases that will contribute. People tend to group it in its risk rather than breaking it down into probability neglect or base-related neglect or loss aversion or any of these particular biases that people have. Certainty bias. We crave certainty and dread loss more than we value gain. Most people want maximum reward for minimum risk. We know that. But reward seeking distorts rational judgment in the moment. Of course, our greatest fears funds not just the FA business, but the insurance business. Think of the certainty bias. Your clients want certainty of payout. Just as the cosmetic industry sells hope, you've got consultants. They sell hope. They sell a lot of hope to clients all the time. And of course, what lies behind this is loss aversion, where people feel the pain of loss twice as much as the joy of gain. So why do mountaineers not take the safest route? Why do they risk sudden death? Probability neglect. Why do you give clients a certain recommendation? in order not to lose them? Are you at risk of this probability neglect or loss aversion with clients? Part of it is related to identity and the identity-based judgment traps. We want to be the first, the best, the fastest, most successful, the highest earning, the highest revenue generating SA. Just like Buzz Aldrin, he didn't want to be the second man on the moon, he wanted to be the first. It's natural, it's understandable, but curating these impressions of can be really dangerous when mostly we get overly preoccupied. We do it all. You post on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. It happens to us all, and we are all subject to this, and we all want to be in the in-group. And our behaviour, whether it's financial, whether it's ethical, all falls into these particular traps. The next ones that maybe financial advisors consider or don't consider, as the case may be, are memory-based traps. What happened last month or last year? How do you retell your story to clients? What do clients really remember? And do you assume that they do remember what matters? It's not surprising that we forget 50% of new information within the hour. You'll have forgotten all of this. It's why there's a book to remind you. It's the forgetting curve. But financial services brands invest feedback, yet they neglect recall bias. All those surveys, all those millions spent to get that feedback. Do clients recall the bad historic investments? Are they scarred? Are you scarred? We're also swayed by availability bias when information first springs to mind. You don't go swimming after you've seen Jaws. Traders overestimate the importance of publicised events. We don't want to talk about this. Joe Biden suffered hugely and didn't want to talk about this. So we need to remember the misinformation effect. All false memories, disinformation, all affect your clients, all affect you and your decision making. Then, of course, we have the ethical risks. Ethical fading. Think of Purdue Pharmaceutical, aggressively marketed OxyContin as having a 1% addiction risk. Simply wasn't the case. It was a crisis that led to over 1 million overdose deaths. Or you have SocGen's Jerome Curvael. His unchecked trades in 2008 cost the firm $7.2 billion. Governance gaps, risk normalization equals human risk and corporate disaster. What would you do for your clients? What risks will they really take? What does service mean when it blurs into ethical blind spots, deaf spots, and dumb spots? We justify wrongdoing. Your clients may justify wrongdoing. Fortunately, we have regulators to help avoid this. But it happens, and we know that it happens. And it is your job to help prevent it happen. Then you have time-based traps. Of course, you know this incredibly well. It isn't something maybe that it comes to mind so often, but we know that clients evaluate decisions with a past, present, or future lens. Time changes how we feel about our decisions. Biases here often go unnoticed, but they're really powerful. Present bias, for example, is when we overvalue immediate reward and underweight long-term impact. If you've got a choice, you prefer £100 today to £120 next month. We know that clients opt for immediate payout and they want instant gratification. It's why they resist retirement plan, even when they know better. It's why drug-taking athletes ignore the long-term consequences, preferring medals over fines and reputation damage. You've got hindsight bias. We can all say, I knew that would happen. It distorts learning about how we evaluate. Or you have effective forecasting error. You're poor predictors of how you're going to feel in the future. You think your client will be really elated after a big purchase or a big win. They often aren't. They're often more devastated by a market dip. But emotions are just so fleeting. And of course, then you have status quo bias. We don't want to change. Rooted in inertia, loss aversion. So the whole concept of time is huge, and it distorts memory, emotion, and risk perception. All of these biases interact. All of these perimeters trap interact. How do you help clients make decisions? Not just for their future selves, but for the present state. Really important in this space. And then, of course, emotion. You know, there are 27 different emotions. You deal with your clients' emotions all the time, but also your own emotions. And as advisors, you like to believe that you're neutral, but of course this is hard to maintain. You suffer the ostrich effect just as much, ignoring information that's threatening. Protecting ego is far easier. Investors stop checking their portfolios when the markets drop. Patients delay surgery. It's a form of wishful thinking. They hold on to their losses, hoping for the rebound. Entrepreneurs believe their passion will override reality, yet 95% fail. Sometimes it works. Band-aid emerge from hope. Noble, not necessarily always strategic. As an FA, your edge isn't in avoiding emotion. It's understanding which ones are in the room and using that to guide your decisions. Which emotions will work for you and which will work against you. What can you do? You can introduce decision filters that shift the focus from emotion to fundamentals. Using peer insight as a source, not as a substitute for judgment. Reframing the problem. What is this trend solving for you? How does it fit into your long-term goals, not just the hype? And of course, then you have the relationship-based judgment traps, where you follow the crowd and agree with people like you. When uncertain, what do we all do? Smart FAs look to other smart FAs for guidance. It's human, it's social, but it's also risky. We obsess about what others think of us, comparing ourselves not just to peers, but to outsiders and strangers. And we tend to follow people who look, think, act, and behave like us. We compare ourselves not just to our peers, but to outsiders and influencers. That's what your clients do. That's what you do. We tend to trust people who look like us, think like us. That's what your client does. They like it when you are like them. They don't like to hear anything different. And of course, we know that leads to herding. It leads to the popular trend. Cryptocurrency, lip fillers, solar panels. It's not new. You've had tulip mania. We've had the dot-com bubble. Or even in Brexit, leaders overestimate the ease of leaving the EU. They shared this optimism bias and what the crowd think. But as Confucius says, care about what others think and you will always be their prisoner. The smart FA help clients tune out the noise, resist these popularity traps and build decisions on purpose, not pressure. And the final perimeters trap is S for story-based judgment traps. We value what's salient and we believe who we admire. This is an incredibly influential trap, not just for financial advisors, but in courts of law. It's really, really important. The most compelling narrative wins, even when it contradicts the facts. And I give you the example of the O.J. Simpson trial. Johnny Cochran's line, "If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit," was more influential than reams of forensic evidence. 9 months of trial evidence was decided in 4 hours. The power of the story matters. From a financial perspective as well, the power of your story matters over reality. We're also swayed by who delivers the message. Just as I was saying earlier, people tend to listen to those who look like them and sound like them. Your accent matters. If you were in South Africa, you tend to gravitate more towards a South African accent. We just listen to people who are more like ourselves or who we believe are more like us. It's the authority trap. Clients follow the advisors they like. They trust clients who mirror their values. All overestimate those with whom they share interest. And we mistake agreement for insight. So think about that. We mistake pure agreement for insight. So consensus is a comfort zone, but it's an error. And as an advisor, the job isn't just to be persuasive and tell a great story. It's to help your clients see beyond the charisma, beyond the credentials and the chemistry, and help clients do the same. So keeping the story in check, letting evidence lead. So having just heard all of that, how can you avoid judgment error? How can you hear more and be heard more? How can you ensure that your clients don't pay for your judgment errors and really listen when it matters most? Fortunately, there are many different science-based and pretty easy solutions available at your disposal. First of all, I really do think be humble. History suggests that you are not immune at any stage of the decisions curve, and indeed the life cycle curve. Some FAs assume their expertise protects them from error. It doesn't. It doesn't matter where you are on this curve, but I've done extensive research to check how this happens and at what level you are at risk. rather than just saying it's only the most senior people. It can happen. Of course, authority bias can happen at any stage, bounded rationality can happen at any stage, and egocentricity happens all the time too. So consider how many examples there are in your industry, in your market, in your company, from a first-time FA to a diehard. But these behavioural science insights really does give you an edge. Remember that client problems always have behavioural underpins. And when they have behavioural underpins, they also have behavioural solutions. So just like you, your clients don't necessarily make really bad decisions. They make predictably irrational ones. All symptoms of behavioural patterns. The trick is to find that behavioural underpin and apply the solutions. Because until you know why they're stuck, you can't move them forward. Behaviour first thinking turns these short-term fixes into long-term changes. And it starts with taking time out. It starts with reflection, which is something, of course, none of us do enough of because we're all so busy in this distracting, noisy, hyper world. But giving yourself time to revisit your intuition, giving your clients time to revisit intuition works. Studies have shown it. We know it's common sense. We know it works. But studies have shown that even just a few seconds of reflection improves outcomes. There have been some studies done that show it in the medical professional, where revisiting intuition improved diagnostic accuracy by 10%. But when the doctors wrote up their impressions, then checked evidence, this two-step process improved accuracy by 40%. A significant difference. I want you to remember this confirmation bias as an absolute killer, because you, me, all of us are more than twice as likely to seek information that supports rather than contradicts your beliefs. When you do it, your client does as well. It's the fuel of conspiracy theories, fundamentalism, analyst ratings, and wrongful convictions. For instance, the 9/11 Commission found that US agencies received reports about potential threats. They dismissed them because they didn't align with their views of how Al-Qaeda operated. So what can you do? Apart from third-party independent insight, you can almost build a why I didn't do it file. Create a record of the decisions you or your client didn't make, investments you passed on, trends you skipped, and how these turned out. That builds confidence in your independent thinking and offers valuable debriefs with clients too. Because this starts with, what you hear and what you don't hear. Remember that overconfidence. We believe our own hype and underestimate the risk of failure. And we saw earlier on just how many examples there were at an individual, at an organisation, and at a societal level. Far too many for us to cover today. But you know them, you read about them every single day in the press. Every single day you hear about this on the news, the cost of overconfidence. And of course, in your industry, you know that it affects you just as much as anybody else. Think about the words that you hear. The power of words matters to how you interpret, report, cues and clues. So there was a study done where two identical groups were asked, very simply, do you get headaches often? If so, how many? In this case, the answer was, I get 7 headaches a week. Then suddenly in the process, the words has changed. Do you get headaches occasionally? If so, how many? Well, you'd expect it to be, roughly the same. The answer was 2.2 headaches per week. The power of priming, the power of subliminal choice, the power of suggestion. You're primed every single day. We all are. Think about the words that people use to prime you. People think about the words that they use to prime their clients. Words really matter, which is why I say don't second guess. Think about what you hear. Re-examine what you hear. Now, you can't do it all the time, but you can do it most of the time, and you can do it in high-stakes situations when it really, really matters to you and your clients. So think about that. You can mirror what your clients say to you to uncover patterns and hidden values. You can ask, well, you've said freedom 3 times. Tell me more. That's telling you something. That's listening to what a client says. Really, really probe. Don't be in a hurry. Go back and think about what they're really saying. Because often they don't know. So you are, of course, part detective, part psychologist. But also you are part advisor. And I think your independence is something that most people don't have. Most people, when they're dealing with wealthy clients, find that people are sycophantic. Your role is not, of course, and that is where your expertise, your professionalism, and your true value added comes into play. Reinterpretation is the missing step in advice. We all get so much information, but we passively hear. This is about not just active listening, it's about going that stage further of reinterpretation. Listening differently, thinking of second order consequences, not just focusing on what's being said, but what's unsaid. How many people wish they'd listened to children who'd gone off the rails, just listened to what they'd said a little bit differently? You hear it all the time. Hidden concerns, unmet needs, parents, professors. No one's immune from missing what people are really saying. What did your employee really say? We see it when people have mental health issues. Did we really hear what people were saying? We've tuned out because we're in a hurry, because we just don't have the time and we don't attribute enough importance, even though we know it is important. Clients say they're comfortable with risk, but they really just don't want to look foolish. They say they want early retirement, but really they're still looking for recognition. So expand your repertoire of quality questions that help decode the right conversational patterns. Shift from listening to learning, to tuning into not just the content, but the client intent. Look at those potential biases that people are subject to, you and your client. And once you've heard, process it, reflect, so that you get the right takeaways and your responses to your clients are as they should be. Of course, then you've got the situation where some clients just quite simply can't decide. And that's exactly why they need you. Maybe you're sitting on a decision right now too. If you want to understand what really drives indecision and how to overcome it, I suggest you can scan this QR code, save it. It's an 18-minute TEDx talk. And you'll discover a couple of quite useful things, the different distinct mindsets behind indecision, particularly in financial services, the hidden causes that most people miss, and practical solutions that work. Shrinking the frame, reframing your mindset. Very helpful for people who can't decide. And this isn't just for low stakes decisions either. This is for high stakes decisions in any capacity and in any field. And this will help, I think, change how you think about being stuck and will give you tools so that you'll never be stuck again. So don't wait. A quicker decision could be helpful for you or your client if that's something that you're facing right now at this current point in time. Then think about the communication, how you frame your communication to your clients. Researchers from UCLA and Cornell tested the effect of framing different messages on consumer savings. Would communicating "please save £5 a day" or £150 or dollars a month make a difference? It's the same amount, of course. And they found that framing the deposits in smaller daily amounts quadrupled the number of customers who enrolled in this program. Why? Because it's easier to think small about big decisions, and it's easier to think in days rather than months. At the end of the day, this is about probing. It's about using decision friction. Now, decision friction is normally negative if you're trying to get online and buy something, but when it comes to decision making, you slow down your thinking. Friction isn't a barrier. It can be a tool to interrupt impulsive action and prevent emotionally charged decisions like panic selling. You can add a 24-hour cooling off rule before large withdrawals. A lot of people do this. You can ask your clients to write down why they want to act and review it the next day. It slows them down. You can have optional checklists before high-stakes trade. Friction gives time for logic to catch up with emotion. You can apply simple decision rules to reduce overload. When clients have too many variables, they freeze. You know this. You can help them focus with repeatable rules. Ask questions, question answers. You can apply the if-then methodology. If markets drop more than 10%, then we'll reevaluate. Or never change a long-term goal based on short-term news, or always get a second opinion. You decide the rule. You decide what matters. But again, this reduces decision fatigue and reinforces consistency. It makes them more deliberate and slow. And there are many different solutions you can choose to. Again, I framed these into sonic strategies, 18 different strategies, and just, again, something for you to think about. It's broken into 5 different steps where you slow down, organize your attention, navigate novel perspectives, interrupt mindset, and calibrate situations. I've given 18 different techniques that underpin very good financial advice. These are all pretty easy to implement. Some of them are intuitive, some of them you will be familiar with, but you can try any of these in addition to what you normally do. But it will definitely help to slow down your client, to rethink, reevaluate the decisions that you're making so that you are, in effect, a far better, more influential and more successful advisor. Of course, yes, you do have the perimeters checklist. You already use checklists, so you're familiar with this idea. But do you check yourself? As advisors, you're trained to use structured checklists for risk profiles or retirement timelines, asset allocation models. But when was the last time you checked your own mental filters? Because every conversation and recommendation is filtered through your experiences. In the same way, mine are filtered through some of my own at the moment too. Of course they are. We are a product of our background and our experiences. Do you favour certain products because they worked for you? Do you mistake silence for agreement? Are you projecting your time horizons and risk tolerances onto clients? Self-awareness is again a missing checklist item. What tune-in shows is that we operate within these perimeters bias zones, and unless we check ourselves, we risk distorting client outcomes. Overconfident CEOs, herd-following investors, status quo lovers all benefit from bias interruption. Know yourself, then know your client, and only then advise. So advisors can keep a printout or a digital prompt for these. If anyone's interested, please do connect with me afterwards on LinkedIn or anywhere else if you would like an easy mnemonic or something for your team that you can use. I'd be very happy to provide this for you. And you can use it to debrief conversations. I've used it extensively in different industries and organizations, and it works and people find it incredibly helpful. Of course, every behavioral scientist will give you different sources and different tools and techniques, but the principle of using a behavioral mindset doesn't go away. This is about understanding the psychology of the mind to influence your client's behavior. And, various Morningstar studies show exactly how these biases result in more or less savings for clients. And they've explicitly tested loss aversion, overconfidence, probability neglect, base rate neglect. And in every single solitary case, it is quite clear that high bias results in less savings. So again, if this is something you're interested in, please do think about it. And again, the principle of adopting a much more consistent, strategic, concerted behavioural lens can make a difference. At the end of the day, one of my favourite proverbs is this Cherokee saying, listen to the whispers so you don't have to hear the screams. Ultimately, prevention is better than cure. And what this will come down to how we interpret what we hear. As an advisor, think of yourself not just as a problem solver, but maybe as a behavioural architect. You're not simply offering answers. You're shaping the conditions that enable others to make much better information and behaviourally informed decisions. We began by talking about misinformation. This is misinformation of the mind. I do guarantee that when you think in this particular way, you not only have fewer errors, but you have much fewer than you would have had if you don't give it any consideration at all. It doesn't take much. It just takes a slightly different mindset and a slightly different focus. I leave you with the thought that you have such a tough job. All skills help. Now is the time to get inside the mind of your targets. Use psychological, not logical thinking and a behavioural lens to reinterpret. It will enable you not just to build advantage that few others have, but to make better judgment calls. You can pick this book up at your local Amazon store or wherever you get your books. If you want to an informal check-in, if you on your business, I'd be happy to connect. If you feel free to engage with Mind Equity or indeed on LinkedIn, again, I'd be happy to do so. I want to thank everybody for their time. I wish you all the very best in your roles. It's an incredible privilege what you do. You have the power, you have the influence to make a real difference to people's lives. And I just want to say that I really do wish you all the very best in your roles. As I said, it's a privileged role that you hold, really important, not just for your clients, but for their families and their generations to come. You have the power to make a real difference to a lot of people's lives. Once, of course, you stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nuala. Your presentation clearly reflects a deep understanding of effective decision-making practices. We appreciate you sharing these. Finally, we have Paul Nixon, the head of behavioral finance here at Momentum Investments. Paul is a fantastic colleague of mine, and we've been working hard together to advance the case for the use of machine learning in both the advice process and more widely at Momentum Investments. Generative AI is such a hot topic right now, and in his talk, Paul introduces the concept of RAGs, or Retrieval Augmented Generative Artificial Intelligence. He shows how this specific application of large language models, or LLMs, can provide an incredibly focused, scalable solution to client engagement in the world of advice. I really believe that this is the key to the form that advice relationships will take in the future. By integrating risk behavior, money attitudes, and personality traits into AI models, these communications can be significantly enhanced from a behavioral perspective. He also shows how these systems can generate advice and product suggestions in a scalable manner. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you for that generous introduction, Evan. Hello, everyone. It's really great to be here again at another edition of Minds and Machines. My previous two presentations in 2023 and in 2024 have dealt with using machine learning and personality science to generate behavioral insights. But I think perhaps the most pressing question is, what do we actually do with these insights? In my experience working with financial advisors, one of the biggest challenges in getting the adoption of behavioral diagnosis tools is simply that they're seen as creating a friction cost. In other words, more stuff to do in an increasingly regulated process. Added to this is sometimes a lack of confidence in the application of these outputs. So if my client is anxious or overconfident, what should I actually do? What should my next interaction with this client look like? How should my advice or communication strategy actually change? The question is therefore, how can we reduce this friction? The simple answer is that AI can help us in understanding and answering these questions. Now, decades of research into personality science, money attitudes, and risk behavior are already available to financial advisors via large language models like Claude or ChatGPT that we use every day. But financial services providers also have a ton of behavioral data on their clients as well that these large language models don't have access to. Momentum has data from our health screening app, for example, called Kimi. We also have behavioral archetype data we've studied that shows the behavior tax occurs in different clusters. Different behavior patterns are destroying more or less value. We also understand unique features that predict an investment switch and the exact point of sensitivity in predicting that switch. For example, we know that a client's portfolio value is not that important in predicting a switch, but as it gets up to about 300,000 Rand or $17,000, portfolio size becomes very important. At this point, we should start engaging with that client. We also should have a look at trading data from our stock brokerage, for example, that shows that Gen X segments suffer from the biggest disposition effect, which is a combination of regret aversion and loss aversion. Finally, the Momentum Money Fingerprint is now also in pilot phase. This is already shown to reveal the money attitudes and personality traits to successfully predict early pension withdrawals, or what we call the two-pot system withdrawals in South Africa. This is a big finding for us simply because in totality, the industry has seen approximately 60 billion Rand in withdrawals already. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the average income tax paid for these withdrawals shows that it's people in higher income brackets who are actually dipping into their pensions. Large language models are great, but when combined with this contextual customer data, this is where the magic really happens. Hyper-personalized context is more easily generated, making the financial advisor's life much easier and dramatically reducing any friction to applying behavioral insights in their day-to-day practices. Today, I'll show a working prototype of what this could look like using something called Retrieval Augmentation Generation, or RAGs for short. Let's begin with some of the basics. Think of traditional LLMs like ChatGPT as incredibly well-bred academics with near-perfect recall of everything they've learned during their training. The problem, though, is that their knowledge is generic and is not specific to a client's context, and they don't have access to the localized knowledge bases we mentioned earlier. The RAG is basically a supplement that can add to the base LLM's knowledge and find the most relevant piece of information to add to the response generated by the base LLM. This is now specific and relevant to a client. A RAG adds three important components. First, the knowledge base. Momentum has a term called behavior tax, and this calculates an annualized value comparing the performance of investments a client left or switched out of against the future performance of an investment they switched into. There are many ways to quantify this, but this is our way of doing it. This is knowledge specific to Momentum, as all the investments for our clients are on a platform called Momentum Wealth, which sits inside Momentum. The point is, this is our own methodology, and so we need the AI to understand what behavior tax means and what it means in our specific context. We have added this specific knowledge base to our RAG prototype so it understands this context, for example. Second, the retrieval system. You can think of this as a smart librarian. When you ask a question, it doesn't just randomly search through everything. Instead, it uses sophisticated algorithms to find the most relevant pieces of information from the knowledge base. We'll go through a knowledge graph architecture soon, as this is particularly effective in making important links between concepts that reduce search and generation times. Lastly, the generation component. This is really where the magic happens. The base LLM like Claude or ChatGPT takes your question, combines it with the retrieved information from the bespoke knowledge base, and then generates a response that is both contextually relevant and factually grounded. The result? Hyper-personalized content relevant to the financial advisor and their client's situation and needs, updated in real time. Before we go on, let's run through a practical example to land these concepts. Suppose you're a financial advisor and on opening your client dashboard, you see that a particular client has a high disposition effect. And you'd like to know what product you should recommend in this specific situation to counteract this psychological effect. This is a query. You may phrase this as, what product should I recommend if this client has a high disposition effect? We'll show this in a live example later, but for now I'll run you through what is happening in the background. The first step is the query processing. The RAG analyzes the question and will break it down into key concepts, one of which is the disposition effect. This in turn can be broken down into subcomponents that depend on what the investor bought the share price for, the original purchase price. The two underlying components are regret aversion if the investor is in a winning position or the purchase price is less than the average market price, and loss aversion if the investor is in a losing position or the purchase price is greater than the market price. Their behavior changes depending on this context. The RAG may also seek information on the client segment and demographics, and also current market conditions, as well as published literature sources on these psychological effects, as well as how to minimize these effects. This last bit is important. As a financial advisor, you may have studied for many years in a behavioral finance course, perhaps your degree, but this information may be outdated. Using LLMs always ensures you have current and relevant research and techniques where they are available and published, of course. Next is retrieval. On your screens in the top right are the knowledge sources. This is where you store the databases on your specific clients and segments and any research you may have conducted. These could be internal studies in your clients, which clients have shown this behavior and what the results were in that specific case. This information can be stored as a vector database, which basically makes text readable by the algorithm and also chunks data up into smaller sections, making it easy to find the relevant information. An improvement in this is a knowledge graph, which we'll discuss shortly, that connects concepts in a type of mind map. Next, the system will rank everything retrieved in respect of relevance and then send this to the base LLM like GPT-4. It may also augment or add a prompt to the original query. This process is shown in the bottom half of the diagram. For example, the new query enhanced with context to GPT-4 might be, what product should be recommended for a Generation S client in a loss position who is loss averse in a market downturn? This is an augmented prompt created by the RAG to the base LLM. The base LLM takes the new augmented query and combines it with the retrieved information to generate the comprehensive contextual response. For example, GPT-4 doesn't know that Gen X clients have a high disposition effect, but our own database with our own research does. GPT-4 does, however, understand what products to recommend for loss-averse clients in a loss position based on published research. This is the combination of our RAG together with a large language model that shows the power of this combination. It is also important to note that RAGs may also be enhanced with advanced hallucination detection and citation verification. We've already seen some recent examples where lawyers have been caught out citing non-existent case law, for example. RAGs can minimize these errors. On your screens is a knowledge graph that resembles a mind map. I'm sure most of you have used a mind map to organize and structure information at some point in a learning task like passing an exam, for example. The knowledge graph here is organizing information on the relationships between the nodes of personality traits, risk tolerance, and financial behaviors. The green nodes at the bottom are the knowledge sources, while the interconnections show how strong these relationships are. For example, literature will show a strong relationship between conscientiousness and savings behavior. The trait reveals, amongst other things, a person's degree of impulsivity versus impulse control. High impulsivity or not thinking of future consequences equals lower savings rates, and there is a strong correlation or orange line to show this. We now improve this knowledge graph generated by the base LLM by adding our own insights. You can imagine how complex this becomes when we add more layers like money attitudes and secondary client databases we have. For example, earlier I mentioned that we have studied money prudence and conscientiousness among other money attitudes and traits that underpin early pension or what we call two-part withdrawals. We now add this to the knowledge graph. The connecting lines are orange because the R-squared statistic we have calculated between conscientiousness and prudence is 0.92, and between prudence and two-part withdrawals is 0.60, indicating a very strong relationship respectively to this specific context. Next, we have money anxiety that is strongly correlated to neuroticism with an R-squared statistic of 0.92 and more strongly related to two-part withdrawals with an R-squared statistic of 0.75. But we also need to add the weaker relationships as well between the financial behavior and other personality traits, and so the knowledge graph becomes more and more complex, but it maintains a very specific structure of financial behavior and traits that improves the performance of the RAG as it searches for contextually relevant information. Remember, this is all about getting the right information to the RAG at the right time. I've generated the summary of financial behaviors that is underpinned by literature simply to show how these databases can be converted to knowledge graphs over time with testing and experimentation. For example, the trait of openness refers to the person's innate curiosity. They should therefore be, in theory, early adopters and respond favorably to things like cryptocurrency and non-conventional asset classes. That would be very relevant if your firm sells fintech or is a cryptocurrency trading platform, for example, but also for a traditional stock brokerage where technology stocks are available. The strength of this relationship would need to be tested and verified, but there are many more clues and connections here. Those traders, for example, with high openness, who are also extroverts, will likely seek their trading recommendations not from your firm, but from their peers. They may prefer a social or copy trading platform for verification, but will also likely seek status or some kind of leaderboard that could inform a gamification strategy, for example. This shows how a fairly flat or two-dimensional database can be converted to a knowledge graph where more connections are generated between different traits and behaviors, again, making things faster for the LLM. This is where the science and behavioral science comes in, constant testing and verification of these published relationships. Let's move into even the more practical side of the presentation. This deck is available in the download section if you'd like more information on the different behaviors linked to personality traits on this specific slide. From here on, we'll deal with information based on real client that comes from our working RAG prototype to generate contextual information, context for advisors. Let's call it Candace. The RAG auto-populates this content based on importing the results from our Momentum Money fingerprints that diagnoses important dimensions of Candace's risk behavior, money attitudes, and personality traits. Firstly, we look at her risk behavior. I'm going to focus on the red tiles here. Candace has low confidence in her ability to make financial decisions, low financial market knowledge, and this has had a bad experience, or rather she's had a bad experience in financial markets before. She has also switched her investments before when markets have declined in value. We would expect these connections, and based on published literature, the RAG has already identified these as possible warning signs. The relationship between these characteristics and the behavior tax are currently being tested. Next, we look at Candace's money attitudes. The warning indicator here is her level of money anxiety. This is the extent to which money is a source of worry for her. This also appears to correspond with her risk behavior in the previous section. Worry or anxiety isn't pleasant, so we'll minimize this usually by trying to take action. This could be calling the advisor or deciding to execute a switch transaction, for example. Finally, we have Candace's personality traits. Her medium level of risk composure here is also telling and indicative of an action-oriented bias that needs to be tested. The important thing here is that the RAG is correctly identifying potential problem areas rather. On the back end, the knowledge sources are now also connected, and Candace could, for example, be flagged as a potential risk for two-part withdrawals, but also run across different databases where her trading behavior is analyzed as well. This is going to be discussed shortly. Once the advisor's basis has completed or client base has completed these psychometric assessments, the RAG imports all the reports and auto-segments their clients based on any of the individual or number of these attributes like risk behavior, money attitudes, or personality traits the advisor selects. The video starts off with examining the client's composure. These have already been linked to early pension withdrawals. These clients as a group should be targeted with a specific communication strategy to prevent this behavior, like creating focus on what matters to these clients in the future. Things, for example, like traveling with friends and family in retirement, or having the means to do so, or making the client aware of trading off these experiences against short-term consumption. Is it really worth it to buy whatever you want to buy now instead of having those experiences in your retirement? If the advisor doesn't know what the client's dreams and nightmares are, they should make a point to find out. Next, these clients who have had bad experiences in markets could be targeted to unpack this more. Next, we see clients with low financial market knowledge, like Candace. Clients with low confidence and low knowledge will also have low conviction. Because they don't have much experience or knowledge, they also are less likely to brush off a market event as normal and won't necessarily know that recovery is also normal. There are many techniques in financial psychology that are aimed at building conviction. Finally, the clients that show relatively low money prudence, these clients would likely need attention in their day-to-day money management, as impulsive spending is likely to pose a big challenge to them specifically. The advisor can now generate content to manage these behaviors or even prompt the RAG to design or recommend interventions targeted at these specific client groups. The RAG is now able to generate secondary data or data not explicitly provided as an input. It categorizes Candace as a moderate to high risk in respect of her behavior attacks, as well as being loss averse. The green box that has just popped up now shows some of the inputs, and then underneath the RAG indicator is shown from the system where Candace is categorized. Again, cross-referencing this with other databases is also possible now, and this is where we head to next. As it turns out, Candace also has a relatively high disposition effect. Remember, this is a combination of loss aversion and regret aversion, depending on whether she is winning or losing. The video shows that the advisor, when logged into his or her client portal, could also use this to get some guidance for Candace. In this case, the RAG is set up to provide an advice link and product link where possible in this order of priority. The output shows that the RAG is advising tier entry and exit strategies for Candace's stock trading. This means relying on rules over emotions. When a stock is rising, take profit levels should be clearly defined and identified, and so rising prices are ignored until these levels are reached that then prompt action. This will discourage more frequent trading and should reduce her disposition effect. On the downside, Candace agrees beforehand for her acceptable loss levels. Her stop loss order can help her automatically exit the position when the loss level is breached. This content, if executed, could then also be exported to the record of advice if appropriate. The sources for this content are also readily available, but as mentioned earlier, hallucination is rare in RAG models and sources are also verified. Next, we get into a more detailed example to make it really specific to Candace. The advisor can also ask exactly what stop level is appropriate for Candace. If the knowledge sources include information on Candace's risk preference, the advisor can get even more specific guidance on the appropriate stop loss level that is matched to her risk attitude. The content generated in this case identifies her risk preference and makes the recommendation specific to this information. The tile below the content generated is from the advisor's dashboard and confirms Candace's risk preference, which is recorded from the money fingerprint. Clients with a lower risk preference would clearly prefer to limit losses more and so have a tighter stop loss level. The highlighted reg box confirms that according to her risk preference, she should use a tighter stop loss of between 5 and 10% of the purchase price. So if she bought a stock rather for $100, her stop loss level should be between $90 and $95. Finally, the advisor can also get more tailored guidance on other potential pitfalls for Candace and what to do about them. The example shows a prompt about Candace's most dangerous bias and asks for some advice on how to deal with it. The content generated refers to her money anxiety and composure specifically and relates this to loss aversion. Her lower risk preference may also lead to her overly conservative investment strategy over time. This could be a really powerful development. If APIs to market performance are now connected to the RAG, it could easily provide contextual information here. For example, the cost of her conservative investment strategy over time. Perhaps Candace is struggling with deploying her excess cash into markets because she's anxious. Structured investments can now also come into play, providing capital protection while giving her exposure to market upside. The power of these tools increases more and more as more data sources are available and plugged into them. And again, with open banking coming soon to South Africa, the possibilities here become even more vast. The screenshots next to the content simply match the knowledge source from the RAG to the content generated for Candace specifically. These were also shown earlier. This slide gradually reveals a summary of the backend information we have on Candace that adds a tremendous amount of contextual information. The backend database also contains information on Candace's behavioral archetype from her investment behavior on the Momentum Wealth platform in this case. Candace is an anxious investor and tends to de-risk her portfolio in market turbulence. The switch prediction algorithm identifies that Candace's switch history, or the fact that she has switched before, places her at risk of perpetuating this behavior. In other words, doing it again. Our predictive algorithm, it used a random forest algorithm of more than 20 million observations, confirms that previous switch behavior means Candace will be more likely to continue this behavior. Furthermore, as her portfolio approaches and exceeds the 300,000 Rand level, she will be at even greater risk. Candace has a low risk tolerance and she is highly loss averse. She also tends to take action when markets move against her in de-risking her portfolio. This also results in a higher behavior tax, and so Candace needs more help, attention, and guidance with her investments. Finally, Candace is rather curious and likes a lot of detail. She will likely take the time to go through information provided to her, but lacks the financial market knowledge and confidence to build conviction, and so will likely appreciate some more form of knowledge or upskilling to build this resilience. Her curiosity means she would likely appreciate this additional effort on the part of the advisor. These insights show that the contextual information is valuable, not just in respect of client financial behavior, but also in respect of how and when we communicate with the client and what products or solutions they'll likely be on the lookout for. RAGs are already being used in many different contexts and across organizations. For example, they were used at the Stanford Medical Center, where the RAG is given access to patient records and medical literature to assist the doctor's treatment planning and develop more personalized treatment plans for their patients. They're being used in the NBA to analyze the basketball shot patterns and styles and input into coaching programs, and in many, many more situations. Hopefully the examples shown today will have convinced you that they are perfectly suited to the behavioral sciences to add much more needed personal context in behavioral mapping and predictive behavioral modeling. For example, they might predict that a person with high openness but low conscientiousness will respond better to novel gamified approaches to habit formation rather than structured routine-based methods. We are still in the early phases of testing, with the next step being studying how effective these engagements are in managing behavior. But RAGs can also generate automatic prompts. For example, if plugged into market data when markets are breaking records on the upside or the downside, these prompts can be automatic. Content can be automatically generated and delivered to an advisor's nudge dashboard. And this is all the information there is already segmented and tailored to each specific client. The advisor can then simply select which to execute and which not to execute. Supplementing these databases with social media data and even biometric data from wearables can become more useful. For example, BMI has been shown to be a reliable predictor of longevity, which could be useful when a financial advisor is deciding on whether to use a living annuity or a life annuity. This is just the tip of the iceberg and clearly shows that these methodologies will impact the scientific method itself, where interventions are tested on populations that are more likely to respond to them and not simply against the average population. The future is already here. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. Well, that's a wrap. We've had 7 amazing presentations which present you with a great deal to think about. Thank you to all the presenters for their time and perspectives in sharing them. It certainly was a wonderful lineup. Now for the dessert. I'd like to summarize what I think the most important takeaways are from this conference. Firstly, these speakers are clearly showing how the future of advice is coalescing around the joint applications of behavioral finance insights and machine learning or generative AI to overcome some of the challenges of effective advice and investor behavior. As Paul Nixon points out, Gen AI offers the incredible potential to provide individualized clients' insights and engagements, whether they be client-specific portfolio reports, news communications, product suggestions, across multiple types of media, PDFs, emails, or even video commentaries. All this can be done in a very cost-effective and scalable way. This is an amazing innovation, as the costs and complexities of implementing these behavioral science insights have always been a problem for advisors. While all this is incredibly exciting, it still begs the following questions. What exactly should be communicated? To whom? Finally, how will this communication be most effectively received? And this is where the behavioral finance-based insights are required. And our presenters have given us some fascinating insights into the current state of the art. Professor Maggie Chen's talk shows how machine learning can provide quantitative insights into clusters of similar client behavior. This can form the start of an answer to the "to whom" question. It still doesn't answer the what or the how these communications will have the greatest chance of achieving the desired behavioral outcome. Nuala Walsh and Stina Söderqvist also showed how a behavioral finance-based perspective can leverage these segmentation and risk insights. For example, Nuala points out that the importance of noise, and thus that the communications need to be carefully designed to reduce it and not add to it. Stina highlights the importance of social recognition and feedback to drive engagement and effective repeated decision-making. To be realized, these can be, and some have to be, automated, something that Gen AI can clearly help with. Thomas Oberlechner's presentation clearly shows how behavioral finance can be effective in terms of enhancing the person-specific insights that traditional risk assessment instruments are not currently providing. This is reinforced by Greg Davies and Richard Chataway's presentations on their specific companies' implementations of a solution to exactly this problem. It's very exciting to see the integration of these approaches being realized in practice. In short, while RAG-based Gen AI communications are an ideal tool to leverage these insights, it is their combination with behavioral finance insights that will effectively drive the desired behavioral outcomes. The offerings of Greg Davies and Richard Chataway's companies are probably the closest that we have right now to effective integration of these two sides of the solution. To wrap up, while I believe that the future of advice will be strongly influenced by this wombo combo of AI and BFI, we are still early in this process. We are still in the unrealized potential or proof of concept part of this journey, and we still need to work out and demonstrate what actually works in practice. I thus expect future conferences to contain evidence of more and more examples of effective Gen AI-based interactions in the advice space. One of the great advantages of AI-based solutions is that the effectiveness can be tracked and evaluated scientifically. Well, at least if done correctly. I really look forward to seeing this data in the future. We hope that you'll continue to be part of this journey with us. Thank you for your time. We hope you enjoyed the webinar.